Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
All right, okay. So good morning, welcome to the General Issues Committee meeting of July 9th. As we have quorum present for today's meeting, I'd like to call the meeting to order. We have gathered with us on the screen Councillor Beatty, welcome Councillor. Councillor Maureen Wilson, Councillor Clark, Minister Clark, Councillor Kretsch, Councillor Mark Taddison, Councillor Tammy, Councillor Francis, Councillor Kazar, Councillor Wilson, and the athlete amongst us, Councillor Pauls. A reminder that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function. You can use them, but they just can't be audible during the meeting. Madam Clerk, can you advise of items included? Are there addendums to the agenda?
Yes, Deputy Mayor, there's one added notice of motion, one added delegation for item 9.1, two added delegations for item 7.4, and the items that were listed to be distributed have been revised and added.
Great, good work, thank you. Okay, may I please have a mover and seconder to approve the agenda as amended? Councillor Clark, Councillor Kretsch, this be a hand vote, all in favor? Carried, thank you. Are there any declarations of interest? I know you're all interested, but does anybody want to declare so? Okay. None, so we'll proceed beyond that. So far, so good. Approval of the minutes of previous meeting of June 11th. May I please have a mover and a seconder to adopt the minutes, previous minutes? Clark, Pauls, yep, thank you. Any discussion, any items? All those in favor? Thank you, carried. Delegations. Before we begin our delegations for today, members are reminded that questions of the delegates are for clarification purposes only, not for debate. A note to our delegates, you each have 5 minutes to complete your delegation. You will hear a tone after 4 minutes, and then you will have an additional minute to finish up. The first two delegates, who are both scheduled for a 5-minute presentation, have requested that they be given 10 minutes to do a joint presentation. Moved by Councillor Wilson, seconded by Councillor Wilson. All those in favor? Carried. Okay. I'd like to invite to the dais here Mike Schreiner, MPP and leader of the Ontario Green Party, and Bobby Ann Brady, MPP, independent MPP from Haldimand, Norfolk. They're both here in person. Welcome. Look forward to what you have to share with us this morning. Go ahead.
Great. Well, thank you for inviting MP Brady and myself to join you today. Nice to see one of my former colleagues in the legislature here as well, of course. And I especially want to thank Councillor Ted McMeekin for his motion in support of Bill 21, Protect Our Food Act. Now more than ever, at a time when we are facing threats to our sovereignty and our economy, I believe we must work across party and jurisdictional lines to support our local economy, protect our ability to feed ourselves, and ensure the viability of Ontario's food and farming sector. Ontario farmers grow more than 200 different crops on 49,600 farms across the province. Agriculture contributes over $50 billion to Ontario's economy and employs over 875,000 people in this province. 1 in 10 jobs are associated with the food and farming sector. And all of that is at risk because we're losing 319 acres of farmland each and every day. That's the equivalent of 9 family farms every week in Ontario. And we lose it to urban sprawl, major highway projects, aggregate mining, and other developments. And so I want to take a moment to thank the City of Hamilton, for your efforts to oppose urban boundary expansion to protect sensitive ecosystems and farmland in this region. And I think this motion reinforces the work you're already doing to protect farmland in the Hamilton area. In the past 35 years, Ontario has lost 2.8 million acres of farmland, or 18% of our agricultural lands. This is especially concerning because only 5% of Ontario's landmass is suitable for growing food and raising livestock, and only 0.5% of our land is prime farmland, which is the very best farmland. So I think it's critically important to protect farmland, because once you lose it, you've lost it for generations. And that's why MPP Brady and I teamed up to introduce Bill 21, the Protect Our Food Act, to create a food belt to protect farmland. If passed, the bill would establish the Food Belt Protection Advisory Committee, comprised of farmers, agricultural experts, social scientists, professional planners, and food and agricultural organizations, to make recommendations for a food belt protection plan that would ensure the preservation and enhancement of agricultural land. This would result in a report addressing key priorities such as reducing farmland speculation, improving soil health, and protecting and enhancing farmland. I want to emphasize that this would be a farmer-led committee and a farmer-led process. And I want to thank farm organizations like the Ontario Federation of Agriculture, the Christian Farmers Federation of Ontario, and the National Farmers Union for endorsing this bill. And I'd also like to thank just people from across the province, from every part of Ontario, urban and rural, across the political spectrum, who have come out speaking in favor of this bill. And I think this bill has received so much attention and support because people know now is the time to protect our farmland, support farmers, and grow more food right here at home. Food security is national security, because without farms, there is no food, there is no future. So I want to thank you again for your interest in this bill, because your support would make a huge difference in building additional support for protecting farmland through this bill. And I'd now like to hand it over to my colleague, MPP Brady.
Thank you and good morning. I want to thank Council for the opportunity to come before you today with respect to Bill 21. I'll try not to be repetitive. Special thanks to Councillor McMeekin. To say that I am pleased to be collaborating with MPP Schreiner on this matter is an understatement. As a girl born and raised in Norfolk County, where we can grow just about anything and everything, preserving our most productive land is not only a necessity, but it is my passion. Since 2022, I have represented the riding of Haldimand Norfolk as the local MPP, and as you all know, the area is a significant agricultural region in Ontario, not only for those diverse crops I just spoke about, but also for livestock farming. Like every agricultural region in Ontario, both Haldimand and Norfolk counties are home to numerous farm families who not only contribute significantly to the local economy, but to the Canadian economy. And the number is worth repeating. Ontario Agriculture and Food annually contributes $50 billion to the province's economy and employs almost 1 million Ontarians. If we don't protect our food-producing land, we will send shockwaves across our economy with the loss of STEM, labor, technological jobs, and we may even damage our rural main streets. The City of Hamilton, for example, benefits in many ways to its close proximity to agriculture. Some of those include a local food economy, job creation, and business attraction. And as you just heard from MPP Schreiner, Ontario is losing those 319 plus acres of farmland each day. We all know once we pave over it, we can't unpave it. We can't make more land. There has always been this tension between development and agriculture, but the time for a clear plan forward, whether we are looking at tariffs or not, is absolutely vital. Bill 21, in my opinion, is just the baseline, as there are many other steps we can be taking in Ontario to ensure long-term food security, increasing processing capacity in many of our sectors and creating the economic environment for young farmers to enter the field are just two examples, but I digress. Bill 21 highlights one of the most important things we should be doing in this province, which is identifying the best soils in order to maximize agricultural productivity, ensure food security, as well as support sustainable land practices. And I'd be remiss if I didn't clarify that it's not only food that we are producing, but fiber, fuel, and flowers. If we better identify and understand soil types, nutrient profiles, and their capabilities, it allows both farmers and policymakers like Mike and I and all of you to make informed decisions about crop selection, conservation efforts, and land management. There is the argument that there is enough land available, and that might be true for today, but what about tomorrow? The more people who choose to make Ontario and Canada home, the more people we must feed. Last August, I wrote a newspaper column entitled Development, We Must Look Beyond Tomorrow. At the time of writing, I had just finished a phone call with a farmer, an upstanding, longtime farmer who is not shy about telling me that speculators often come up the driveway, have a brief conversation, and then say, I will email you an offer. Despite knowing the farm is on the edge of town and could turn a fast buck, this farmer has something in mind more precious: her grandkids, whom I can hear in the background. The farmer tells me we should all be concerned about what we leave for future generations. This farmer also tells the speculator that unless they can guarantee they will replace the acreage they want to pave over with productive land, there will never be a deal. Over the past 35 years, Ontario has lost 2.8 million acres, that's 18% of its farmland, to non-agricultural uses like aggregate mining and urbanization. These numbers are interesting given less than 5% of Ontario's land is suitable for farming. This degradation of farmland is happening right across North America, and so that we can feed ourselves, we must cease this constant subtraction of arable land. Bill 21 will help prevent further land degradation and protect farmland and arable land for future Ontarians and Canadians, while also respecting farmers who want to create succession plans and reinvest in their farms. The loss of 319 acres of farmland each day equates to losing the equivalent of 9 family farms, as MPP Schreiner said. 319 acres can also produce more than 23.5 million apples, 1.2 million bottles of Ontario VQA wine, or 37.1 million strawberries. Who can forget the supply issues that we saw during the pandemic? I shudder to think we would do anything further to harm our domestic food supply. We can't afford to do this to ourselves, and we certainly can't afford to do it to future generations. 97% of farms in this province are family-owned and operated, which means the core structure of the industry remains rooted in family ownership. Treating our farm families with respect, giving them the tools to succeed, and protecting their land is the best way to ensure this tradition continues, and we all depend on this. Without farms, there's not only no food, but there's no future. Thanks for your consideration today.
Thank you very much, Mayor Bobian and Mike. We're going to go to questions. I have a speakers list of 3 at the moment, led by Councillor Huang, then Councillor Clark, and then Her Worship. Councillor Huang.
Can I just, if I could, sorry, Chair, I really don't want to be on the speakers list at this time. I just want to say welcome to my former colleague and to the MPP from Norfolk. It's really great to see you here and great to see you continuing to do your important work. So thank you.
Very good. Thank you for that, Mayor. Yeah, you can still ask questions if you want. Okay. Councillor Huang.
Thank you. Thank you again for coming. Forgive me because I'm not very versed in what happens at Queen's Park. So with this coming forward and ideally this getting passed, how do you envision the execution of this? I worry because I think about here in Hamilton, and I can tell you that my rural colleagues are very proud, and I think all of Hamilton is very proud at the $1.3 billion economic value and impact that our agri-food and food processing has in Hamilton. And so I think about some of the challenges that that industry suffers from. Succession planning, which I know MPP Brady had talked about. I do hear about the economic development. So I wonder, how could you share with us what you envision, what a next step would potentially look like? In particular,
Technology's great, eh? Do you want me to start? Yeah, you sure? Okay. Am I going to echo too? Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, great.
so yeah, just to finish up, it's around how do we support the existing businesses that are here, especially when they speak about so many of the big challenges, just as you have already listed, everything from succession planning to loss of farmland to actually the actual running of businesses. So could you share a little bit there?
Yeah, thanks for that question, and thank you for just reminding everyone what an agricultural powerhouse Hamilton is. I mean, people don't think of Hamilton in that way, but I've long time been a part of the local food movement, and Hamilton has been one of the cities that's been at the forefront of that. And obviously, you have significant rural parts of the city as well that I just want to say, again, reiterate what I said earlier. Thank you for your courage in supporting or opposing urban boundary expansion and supporting those local farms and agricultural regions. In terms of the process at Queen's Park, this bill will come up for second reading debate in about a year, a little less than a year. And what we're trying to do right now is build support for it. As your worship would know, private members' bills from opposition members, even working across party lines, don't always pass. And so we're going to use this next year to build support, because I think the real economic concerns that farmers face and food production companies face are real. We think the baseline, as MPP Brady said, is that protecting the asset base, which is the farmland that generates all that wealth, all those jobs that provides us with the food, is the foundational piece to protecting our food and farming sector. But we've also empowered the committee to look at things like succession planning, land speculation, which is one of the biggest barriers, especially in para-urban areas like around the Hamilton region, that makes it difficult for new and young farmers to go into agriculture. To look at things like on-farm businesses, processing, greenhouses, and making sure we have the land capacity to support that full food ecosystem. Input suppliers, seed suppliers, food processing, et cetera. And so while soil health and the land base is the foundational piece of what we are directing the committee to do, it's also going to look at some of these other issues, because we know we're not going to protect farmland if we don't have viable, profitable local family farms as well.
Thank you for that. So as a potential next step, how are you engaging with, say, AMO to help with sharing that word for the next year while you're trying to build up that sort of momentum?
With respect to getting feedback on the bill, MPP Schreiner and I are engaging in all sorts of community activities and events and meetings where we will receive our feedback. We have a lot of time, as was said, not until next year. We won't be before the House debating this bill, so we have a lot of time to collect those letters, collect information, and of course we will all be at AMO this summer, and we will be able to meet with countless stakeholders and spread the word on the bill, but also collect I think the feedback is the most important, especially when it comes to issues like succession planning. We don't want to scare off farmers who might think that we are trying to prohibit them from ever doing anything with their land.
Thank you. And as my last question through you, Deputy Mayor, when it comes to, and I think that this might be a good question for our next delegate as well, but when we think about Agriculture 4.0 and we think about how, or 2.0 or whatever, the next generation of what does agriculture look like, how will this bill sort of have that sort of mechanism to help with facilitating the future of, because as we know, there is significant Internet of Things, there is the access to new technologies. In fact, we had a business here in Hamilton that was indoor vertical farming. Or cannabis production. So how does this bill also facilitate the future of?
Yeah, so again, one of the reasons the committee is so important is looking at those issues as they bring forward the farmland protection plan. You're absolutely right. I mean, you know, dairy farming now is primarily robotic for many places. I grew up on a grain farm. Like, I don't even know if I could operate the combines of today's world. They're so sophisticated compared to when I was driving a combine. You know, you here Hamilton, you're right in between the Vineland Research Station, where there's all kinds of amazing research happening, everything from robotics and greenhouses to, you know, crop science, soil science, and then you've got University of Guelph, obviously my hometown, just up the road, where the level of sophistication, especially technology, that's going into agriculture now, I think is exactly why MPP Brady mentioned STEM as an important component of what the committee will be analyzing as we look at how we best protect farmland and the viability of farming moving forward. And if I just want to say one quick thing on your previous question, I do believe the motion does direct, if passed, would direct AMO or direct your advocacy to AMO. So thank you for that. And as MPP Brady said, we'll continue to engage in that kind of advocacy at AMO next month.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. Just for a bit of context, the original tender fruit belt proposal, which was Stony Creek all the way to Niagara, back in 2000, morphed into the Green Belt, which Jim Bradley brought forth and McGuinty brought forth, and became law. The Green Belt was ostensibly to protect farmlands. So what's the difference between the Green Belt and what you're proposing?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the food belt idea complements, enhances the green belt. So the green belt, as you know, protects land in the greater Toronto Hamilton area and along the Niagara Escarpment. But there are vast swaths of farmland outside of the Greenbelt region that, if you talk to farmers and agricultural experts, needs to be protected because we're losing 319 acres a day. And so the food belt idea was an idea that came to us from farmers themselves, saying not only do we need to protect farmland in the Greenbelt, we need to protect farmland across the province. And we need to make sure we protect the business ecosystems around farming, that as we have more and more urban encroachment into agricultural areas, it makes it harder for implement dealers to survive. It makes it harder for farmers to move equipment between fields. We have conflict between newly urban residents and livestock producers, smells and sounds and things like that. And so it's really looking at how do we protect the farmland itself, and how do we protect the business ecosystems that support farming in this province.
Thank you for that explanation. And Chair, my second question would be, one of the challenges that farmers experience quite realistically is the success of the farm. And by that I mean, are they making enough money to actually encourage them to stay on the farm? They get to the point where they've been nickeled and dimed and there's no money left, and then the speculators come, and that's why they look at the other and say, well, I could make this money and I'm not having any work to do. So does your bill address that issue? That's my last question.
Yeah, so I mentioned it in my remarks, and you're absolutely correct. I mean, I've heard from farmers in my riding who say exactly that. It's hard to begrudge the farmer who, when the speculator pulls up the driveway and offers him millions of dollars, he doesn't have to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning every day. He doesn't have to go out to the field. And it's hard. That's a hard decision, but we're also pitting farmer against farmer that way as well. So we've got to stop that. We've got to stop that urge or that incentive for farmers. So creating a better business environment for farmers in general. That's why I said that this is really just a baseline. This is to first protect their land, but there are further steps that the province and I think every municipality has to take to create that better business environment for the young farmer who wants to enter, but may not have access to, the family's long line of tractors and implements and everything else. So banks, everyone in the community has to come on board in helping some of our younger people enter the field of farming, because not everyone has the ability to have a farm kind of passed down to them through succession planning. So I think that this is just a jumping off point. Protecting the land is probably the most important thing at this point, and then helping to create the economic environment so that the young farmer or farm families can continue to be successful.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for appearing today, knowing your hectic schedules, taking that time to come here is really important to us. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Taddison.
Thanks to both of you for coming in today. I represent a rural ward where the city meets the country.
Yep.
The preliminary results of staff research that I had them conduct are that the urban area of Ward 11 that I represent would increase from 9% to 17% if all residential development applications were approved. So again, the rural area therefore would decrease from 91 to 83%, a loss of 8%. So MPP Brady, you mentioned tension between development and farmers. Developers build houses, farmers grow crops. Let's talk about food security for a second. When I speak to all sides of the issues, because that's who comes to me, the farmers, I speak with the farmers, I'm from a farming background. The developers come to me and they say, Mark, 1/3 of corn grown in Ontario is used to produce ethanol. So soybeans go to biodiesel. So I want to ask you, are these accurate numbers, or are these just developer talking points that I'm susceptible to because I don't know? And if so, are there benefits for farmers to grow crops that go to biodiesel and ethanol? And I guess there are in terms of a green economy. So what I'm asking is, should farmers also make some adjustments to their cropping? And how do we ensure, or how do we answer critics when they come at us?
Well, I mean, first of all, I would say that growing food is critically important, but I also think farmers, rightfully so, have opportunities, and I think it makes business sense for them to pursue other revenue streams like biodiesel, for example, which is going to play a critical role in having a green economy, reducing climate pollution, and creating new revenue and income sources for farmers. Because we know, as the previous questioner indicated, if you're going to protect farmland, you got to protect the profitability and viability of family farms as well. So we have lots of opportunities in Ontario to build homes on land that's already slated for development and or land that is within our existing urban boundaries. And, I think people are crying out for the opportunity to build homes they can afford in communities they know and love, close to where they work, close to where they shop, close to where they spend time with their families. And I think we have to get yes to more of that gentle density and missing middle housing so we can protect farmland, because the bottom line is, as we've both said in our presentations, when you pave over farmland, you've lost it forever. And literally 5% of Ontario's land is suitable for growing food, fiber, fuel, and raising livestock. And less than 1%, 0.5% of it's the best prime farmland. And if we're going to feed ourselves and meet the other needs that the agriculture sector provides for our society, we're going to have to protect that land. And you know what? Think of it. There's 95% of our land mass, and I recognize a lot of that's in Northern Ontario, Canadian Shield, and places like that where you don't have the same type of growth pressures that you have in Hamilton or the Greater Toronto Area and in Southwestern Ontario. But the bottom line is we're going to have to grow homes in places where we're not growing food. Otherwise, we're going to not have food security. And I think, at a time when we're facing threats to our sovereignty and to our local food economy, where we've recently, as MPP Brady mentioned, during the pandemic, faced threats to cross-border trade, the fact that, most grocery stores in Ontario only have 3 days worth of food supply, to me suggests that maybe we should be prioritizing our food sovereignty, our food security, and the profitability of our family farms.
Can I just add something there? I'd also remind those developers that some of those crops that they're maybe undervaluing help feed some of the food that we like to eat as well.
Yep.
Thanks for those points. One last question, MPP Schreiner, you spoke about technology. So where does indoor commercial industrial farms fit in the toolbox for ensuring food security? And can it offset some development on land that's not used for farming?
It's a great question, and we have one of the most successful vertical farms in Ontario, right in Guelph. If you ever go to the store and look for good leaf vertical greens and sprouts. But here's the bottom line. For people who say that things like indoor vertical farming is going to replace farmland, don't understand agriculture. You're not going to grow field crops. You're not going to raise livestock in vertical farms. So yes, vertical farms are going to play an important role, especially in providing year-round, locally sourced greens and sprouts and strawberries now and other crops like that. But that is not going to replace the need for larger swaths of land for field crops, livestock.
Thanks so much, and I'd like to say that I am seconding this, so I'm not really against, but I have to ask those questions because I'm getting it from both sides. Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks, Councillor Tedison. The mayor's had to step away. She hopes to get back in time to ask you a question, but in the meantime, next on the list is my good friend, Councillor Jackson.
Good morning, Deputy Mayor McMeekin, and good morning, Green Party Leader MPP Schreiner and Independent MPP Brady. Real honor to meet you both. Sorry for being about 5 minutes late coming in to your presentation. Very noble, your effort and your private members bill that you'll be putting forward. Can I just ask a basic question about these economic zones that the Ford government is trying to move forward on with the passing of their legislation? To my knowledge, the federal government has just passed some legislation similar. Anything I say, please, both of you, you're much more knowledgeable than myself, so please correct me. And so the crux of my question is, isn't the Ford bill to try to fast track much needed projects? I can think of no other than my good friend from Waterdown, your former colleague, Minister McMeekin, now Councillor Deputy Mayor McMeekin, and the Waterdown bypass that has been a source of frustration through environmental assessment after environmental assessment after environmental assessment, recently now with an HDI Indigenous protest. So the crux of my question to both of you, I just want to learn, is that not the intent of the bill, to fast track much needed projects? That's the essence of my question, Deputy Mayor, to either or both of the MPPs, please. Thank you.
Well, a lot in that question. So first of all, I'll just say when it comes to things like road infrastructure, like I'm trying to fight for the Morriston bypass just up the road, which I had to deal with earlier today. That's exactly why we need something like a food belt. Because we're not saying that you're never going to develop on farmland. What we're saying is we need to have a smart strategy to make sure we preserve enough farmland to feed ourselves and ensure that the food and farming sector can continue to contribute so much to our economy. One of the reasons we had talked about introducing this bill in the fall, and one of the reasons we decided to fast track it and introduce it this spring was precisely because of the province's Bill 5. The special economic zones can be declared anywhere. I mean, I know a lot of the conversation is around the Ring of Fire in northwestern Ontario, but there's nothing that says the proposed Highway 413 could be declared a special economic zone. There's nothing that would prevent the province from, in Wilmot Township, where you have 770 acres of prime farmland that's being assembled for some sort of industrial purpose, that they couldn't declare that a special economic zone. And so we felt it was important to get this bill out there now to ensure that the protection of farmland was an active part of the conversation, while things like Bill 5 is an active political issue. Because I think it would be so short-sighted for the province to declare vast swaths of farmland special economic zones that, you know, regular local and provincial planning laws and other laws would no longer apply. And so I think we need to actively be having a conversation right now, especially important in the context of Bill 5, about the absolute critical need to protect farmland in Ontario and farmland across the province.
Appreciate your answer, MPP. Yes, MPP, please.
Yeah, and I appreciate the question as well, because I continually talk about the need for red tape reduction, but with respect to land and environmental assessments, things like that, we have to make sure that the proper safeguards remain in place. And I think if this government had a better track record with respect to things like ministerial zoning orders, which we know they have passed an unprecedented number in the history of Ontario since coming to power, I think if their track record on things like MZOs was a little tighter, people wouldn't be so worried about what special economic zones might actually look like in this province. But in the meantime, as legislators, we have to take that extra step and make sure those safeguards are in place for things like farmland.
Thanks to both of you for your response. Thanks, Deputy Mayor McMeekin.
Thanks, Councillor. Your worship.
Thanks very much, Chair and Deputy Mayor McMeekin. I want to actually acknowledge that some of my questions were already answered, particularly the ones from Councillor Jackson, the explanation of how a private member's bill goes through the House and where it ends up most often. But for Leader Schreiner and MPP Brady, I was wondering whether, because you're from different parties, obviously, and you're the leader of an opposition party, what kind of response are you getting from other members across the board? So in terms of all of the other members in the legislature, government and opposition, how is this initiative being received?
Well, you won't be surprised that MPP Van Toff is a big supporter of this bill, who's an NDP member and a dairy farmer himself. And we've had a number of Liberal members as well express support for this bill. But the thing I want to emphasize in response to that question is we've had a number of Conservative members, quite frankly, come over and talk to us and talk about, you know, maybe not publicly talk about their support for the bill, but certainly privately talk about their support for the bill. I think we've had very positive conversations with both the Minister of Agriculture, MP Trevor Jones, as well as a member Municipal Affairs and Housing, Rob Flack, who both have agricultural backgrounds, have expressed interest in this bill. So, I mean, there's a possibility that the bill, and I'd be fine with this. I can't speak for MPP Brady, but I'd be fine if the government took the bill and decided to, like, you know, implement it on their own as government legislation. Like, I would consider that success, and sometimes that happens with private members' bills. But I think there's support for this bill across the political spectrum, and I think members of all parties are hearing from their constituents that the importance of protecting farmland right now, and I think your voice on this matter would just help push that forward. So it's one of the reasons I'm so grateful you've invited us to be here today.
Thanks. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'd just like to add that I brought forward a similar private members bill in early 2023, I believe, and it did receive support right across the House. Some of that support was behind closed doors, as MPP Schreiner said, and the government claimed that they already had the tools in the toolbox to actually protect farmland, to which I said, if you don't open the toolbox, it's hard to employ the tools. So I believe, personally, I believe that that the timing is right for this bill. There is, Bill 5, the Greenbelt scandal. I believe that at some point the government is going to have to say, listen, we owe it to farmers, we owe it to rural Ontario to make good on our thought that we represent rural Ontario and the farm family.
Thanks very much. I appreciate that and appreciate your strategic thinking around how to move the bill beyond second reading. So I guess I just want to say I'm glad you mentioned MPP Vantoff, who was the food and ag critic. I think he still is, as a matter of fact. But he did teach me how to run a tractor.
Good.
So I could row a hoe at the international, what's it called, the international plowing match. Rowing the hoe, and also introduced me to dairy farming many years ago. And I know that there are people, I agree with you, that there are people across the spectrum politically that are interested in what you're doing. And I'm glad that you came to Hamilton because we do have pressing issues that will be impacted by Bill 5. I mean, the timing of your initiative will not be able to kind of really help us with that, I don't think. But we have some concerns as well in terms of how do we ensure that what John used to say, we have food sovereignty in our province. So thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Kassar.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor McMeekin, and thank you again for being here. I just want to continue on that theme of support. So Councillor McMeekin has put this motion on today's agenda, which I will be supporting, and I believe the majority of my colleagues will support. But beyond that today, and then Council ratifying it, how can Hamilton and City Council support on the journey to second reading and beyond?
Yeah, well, I think, one, your motion is going to be an important step in that process, because when one municipality passes a motion like this, it inspires other municipalities to pass motions like this, and we're already starting to get other municipalities reaching out. And so I just want to thank Hamilton for your leadership and acknowledge your leadership, and especially Councillor McMeekin for bringing this motion forward. I think your advocacy at AMO is going to be a next important step. I'm one of those folks who have the privilege of having a speech at AMO, and I'll certainly be talking about this. And if I could reference Hamilton's support in my speech, certainly would be pleased to include that. But that's what it's going to take to build. It's going to be step-by-step building over the next year. And our hope is that we demonstrate support across the political spectrum and across the province, and especially having support from both urban and rural communities, I think is going to be critically important in sending a clear and definitive message to the government that now is the time to protect farmland. Like, you know, if our sovereignty is under threat, like, I can't think of a more important thing to do right now than ensure that we have food sovereignty and that we can feed ourselves as a country and as a province.
Is there any other questions? Do we have any other speakers? No? Thank you very much.
Okay.
Oh,
Thank you.
Councillor-
Appreciate it.
Hold on, Councillor Pauls. My apologies, Councillor.
I do have it on the screen here, so I don't know if it was missed. Thank you, and thank you for coming. I just have one quick question. Of course, food security is very important. But my question is, what percentage of our food, I don't know if you already, maybe I missed it, comes from other countries?
Yeah. So 65% of the food we grow in Ontario is consumed by people in Ontario. And that number has been going up as we've seen a growth in the local food movement over the last 20 years. And I'd like to say I've maybe had a role in that prior to being elected. And like to say I've done a ton of work in Hamilton ever before I went into politics around promoting local food. That number, and we don't have the data on this yet, but we have it anecdotally from major and independent grocers, has gone up significantly in the last 5 months. Like, Canadians are looking at labels and looking at where their food comes from more now than ever. I can't tell you how many grocers I've talked to have said, like, we're not even stocking certain American products anymore because people don't want to buy it. And we're replacing that with Canadian products. I can't tell you how many stores I go into where there's the, the proud grown in Ontario, made in Ontario, farmland, like all the labeling around local food is there in ways that I've never seen. And so I think the momentum for people wanting to buy local, support local, is going to continue to grow, and especially as long as we're facing Trump's ridiculous tariff threats.
Thank you for that. Oh, go ahead.
And I would just add that we never want to be in a position where we actually rely on other countries for our food, because we know what happens to the price. And this Bill 21 not only protects our farmland, it also gives us the opportunity to explore further export opportunities, and I think that's very important for the Canadian farmer and also the economy.
Thank you. My second question was, and I think maybe you've touched it, the cost. Does it cost more if we buy Canadian or if we bought something from, because the cost is very important. There's people that go to grocery store and tell me, I can't afford to feed myself, and I had 4 boys. I was able to, long time ago, but now I probably couldn't go to a grocery store and buy food for 4 hungry boys and feed them. So I'm just wondering the cost, what's the difference?
Okay. You know what? That is a very hard question to answer, because the cost is determined by so many market factors that have lots of different variables associated with them. Sometimes local food is much less expensive, and sometimes it's more expensive. One thing I can tell you, though, as somebody who has run a number of food businesses over the years, one of the things that infuriates me as an Ontarian, and I'll just use strawberries as an example, when Ontario strawberry season is picking up, and we're coming to the end of it, California dumps their strawberries into the Ontario market at way below production costs to give people a false sense that US strawberries are cheaper than Ontario strawberries. And those are the kinds of market dynamics that farmers have to deal with. And when we talk about how do you maintain the profitability and viability of farming, sometimes there are price factors like that that are really not reflective of cost of production or market, but are factors that are determined by strategic moves done by very large corporate farms, especially in the United States.
And I would add that when you walk into the grocery store and that produce, they say the pint of strawberries is $6, $7, that $6, $7 is not making its way in its entirety into the farmer's pocket. So I know that's a frustration from farmers right across the province, that when people walk into the grocery store, they say, oh, our farmers must be, raking in the dollars. It's not actually the farmer. So we have to also, I think, look at our grocery store giants as well with respect to food prices.
Thank you for that, and again, thank you for coming.
Sure.
Thank you both, very insightful. Thank you for coming and sharing your time with us, and Godspeed.
Thank you. Yeah, you too.
We have one more delegate on this issue, Drew Spolstra, who's a local farmer and also president of the Ontario Federation of Agriculture. Drew, welcome. You know the routine.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. Good morning, everyone. Mayor, councillors. It's good to see all of you, and I feel like in some ways my job here is already done. The MPPs have done a great job of outlining this issue and outlining the challenges and opportunities in agriculture. Again, I appreciate the opportunity to be here today and talk about the agri-food sector in Hamilton, its economic and social impact to the city, and the importance of protecting and sustaining the prime agriculture lands we have available to us. It's great to be having this conversation and to see so much support for local agriculture and local food production, and I hope to see it continue. Hamilton is, of course, home to about 810 farms, 118,000 acres of farmland producing many different crops, fruits and vegetables, livestock, and field-grown produce. The nearly 3,000 agri-food businesses across this region employ more than 26,000 people, produce more than a third of the food Hamiltonians eat every day, and farmers in Hamilton are contributing over $1 billion in gross economic impact for the city and are building up a robust local food market and thriving agritourism industry. That is something that we should all be very proud of. The OFA is the leading voice for farmers on issues impacting agriculture at all levels of government. We're dedicated to ensuring that the agri-food sector and rural community are considered and consulted regarding new or changing legislation or regulations that would impact the sustainability, profitability, and growth of our farm businesses. Ontario's farmland is a finite, non-renewable resource essential for our food security and economy. Farmland provides countless benefits to the local economy, society, and the environment, and unfortunately, we continue to see losses of valuable farmland across Ontario to other uses that are unsustainable for the farm business, and it's a trend that continues to threaten food production for future generations. We appreciate the thought and work that's gone into Bill 21 by MPP Schreiner and Brady, which proposes the creation of a food belt in Ontario to safeguard prime agriculture lands from urban sprawl, aggregate mining, and other non-agricultural developments. The bill would protect farmland inside a food belt permanently from development, bolster local food production, reduce reliance on imports, and enhance resilience against global supply chain disruptions. It would assemble the task force to develop a comprehensive food belt protection plan report comprising of farmers, agriculture experts, and land use planners to address key priorities including reducing land speculation, improving soil health, and enhancing and protecting farmland. Support and enhance Ontario's agriculture and food sector, contributing over $50 billion annually and employing more than 1 in 9 Ontarians. Protecting farmland is not just about food, it's about ensuring economic viability and growth for years to come. It would also reflect a growing recognition of the need to balance development with the preservation of vital agricultural resources, ensuring that Ontario's farmland continues to feed its population and support its economy. Recently, this council has reviewed, again, urban sprawl applications and continued to push for better solutions, like intensification of urbanized areas, redevelopment of underutilized spaces, and support for our prime ag areas and the agricultural system in Hamilton. OFA applauds Council's decision to continue to support an ambitious development strategy, as the lands being discussed are not simply empty fields or vacant land. This is some of the most productive farmland in the country, and it's made up of mostly class 1 to 3 soils according to the Canada Land Inventory. It's also considered prime agricultural land and has been feeding people and animals for generations. Once it's developed, it's gone for good. The City of Hamilton has long designated these lands as agricultural areas to be protected for long-term use for agriculture, consistent with the provincial planning statement, which supports the protection of prime agricultural areas for long-term agricultural use. There's still so much room to grow here in Hamilton, in our current urban boundary. Should I keep going? Through smarter use of low-density areas, redeveloping brownfields and gray fields, investing in more compact and complete communities, and investing in urban transit solutions, according to the Housing Task Force report in 2022, the issue isn't a lack of space, but how we use the space we already have. We continue to hear suggestions that urban expansion will generate tax surpluses, but that view doesn't tell the full story. Farmland contributes more in taxes than it costs in services. Urban sprawl, on the other hand, often stretches municipal budgets, forces municipalities to build and maintain more roads, water and sewer lines, and utilities across larger areas, and with less population density to offset those costs. OFA's research studies continue to constantly demonstrate that for every 1% drop in farmland share, municipalities can face a net loss of over $240,000. Farmland also offers natural environmental goods and services that are priceless, including helping to naturally manage and filter water, storing carbon, and providing wildlife habitat. In closing, less than 5% of our province is suitable for agriculture use, and since 1996, according to Stats Canada data, Ontario has lost over 2.1 million acres. Much of that is within the Golden Horseshoe. The proposed Food Belt Protection Plan would be a step in the right direction for farmland, and OFA will continue to advocate for the tools to protect farmland across Ontario and promote and enhance the opportunities for a sustainable future for farm businesses here in Hamilton and across the province. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Drew. Questions for Drew? Councillor Taddison.
Good day, Drew. Drew, I've heard operationally that OFA is ready to help with task force, land use planners, bringing this to fruition if it becomes law, I guess. But Drew, what can the OFA be doing to help the MPPs who are here today build momentum with other MPPs?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. Through you, Deputy Mayor, I think there's lots of opportunities for us as OFA, as farm representatives, as farmers in general, to continue to advocate for farmland protection right across the province. I've hosted a couple of meetings in the last few weeks with counterparts from around the province. We have our local county federations and the presidents from those organizations. And farmland losses is a huge issue right across the province, whether it's here, Prince Edward County, Lambton County. It's an issue everywhere. And so, we have lots of people on the ground that can help advocate, help move these issues forward. And certainly we'll be doing our part as an organization that with organizations like Roma and AMO, others, and having individual conversations with MPPs across the legislature as well to help move this forward.
Is there potential for Hamilton to help you at Roma with presentations?
Certainly, would love to connect on those things and help move this forward.
And Drew, one final question. Just how much of our food that's grown in Ontario goes for export?
Yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor, there is a lot of exported product grown here in Ontario. It's part of our marketing strategy, part of our business plans to do that. I think that's something we should be proud of. It's around between 60 and 75% of the food produced here in Ontario is exported. I think that's a good thing. Certainly we want to produce what we need here at home and feed as many Ontarians as we possibly can. But it's also, I think, a feather in our cap to be helping supply food to other places in the rest of the world. We also have, port infrastructure down the road that we can utilize, that we have that ability to lower our carbon footprint and things like that, and produce food sustainably for different parts of the world.
Thanks so much for coming here, Drew. I appreciate that. And I do attend the HWFA meetings, and I learn very much at those meetings. One of the things that really hit me was that Canada is one of only several nations that are food exporters across the world. So this is important that we still maintain our farmland because we are one of the countries that has the potential to help feed the world. And I think that that's an important piece to remember as we're going forward.
Can be the breadbasket of the world. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you for coming out, Drew, and I know you appreciate this. I think the really telling conversation that's happened today is this idea of, well, protection and red tape don't have to go hand in hand. And I think you and other speakers today have spoken a lot about how having better protections for farmland, not necessarily more or less, but better, would actually allow for more flexibility, allow for some of those challenges being managed. Are you able to just either talk about the current state today, what are some of those limitations, trying to pass on a family farm, the severance issue, some of those pieces, or how could we solve those problems tomorrow? I think so often we hear protection as red tape, and I think there's been such a really good job here is talking about how actually having good rules, good protections in place mean that it's a simpler system for everyone to navigate, cities, farmers, everyone. You've shared a little bit, maybe not as like that. Could you just expand with some examples? Does that line up with your sense of this?
Sure, yeah, thanks, Councillor. Through you, Deputy Mayor, I don't think good policy needs to be called red tape. I think we can certainly have the conversation around both, and certainly we've got lots of issues around red tape and agriculture as well, and things that, whether that's provincially, municipally, federally, different challenges that we'd like to see eliminated for sure. But we absolutely need to have those good, strong policies in place to make sure that our sector is sustainable and that we can continue to move forward. it was mentioned earlier, there's lots of challenges around succession planning. And, when we look at taxation policies and land transfer and things like that, there's all kinds of challenges that can be dealt with there, and we're certainly working on those. And, that's just one of the things to highlight in this conversation, but we'll continue to look for good policy, whether it comes from different municipalities across the province or whether it's from provincial representatives or federal representatives. We'll be there to certainly advocate and promote those things that are going to support farmers right across the province.
Thank you again for coming out, and just a quick thing. I really appreciate your conversation about sprawl and the cost of infrastructure there. Again, if we know farmland's going to stay farmland, we can plan for that infrastructure differently. If we are worried that it's going to become residential or request service, that's more costly for everyone. So really just appreciate your examples and putting that line forward, that protection doesn't have to be red tape. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor McMeekin, and always great seeing you, Mr. Spolstra. I respect you so very, very much as a leader in our community, for the agricultural community. Every day for the food on my table, I thank my Lord and I thank a farmer. So much appreciation for you being here. A couple of quick questions. For my edification, is the farming industry not producing more with modern technology? Aren't they producing more even on less land, or am I mistaken? Through you, Deputy Mayor McMeekin, please.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. Through you, I'd say that's accurate. Definitely, we're always looking to create efficiencies to produce more with less land, like you say, less resources. We're also doing it out of necessity. Markets are soft. It's difficult, like was chatted about before, the cost of production is high. We're basing ourselves and our markets on a Chicago Board of Trade in a lot of ways, and that certainly has its challenges today with different trade disruptions and things like that going on around the world. So we certainly have to produce more to keep our bottom lines sustainable and move forward. We also have a growing population in this world, and we're absolutely looking for farmers to continue to produce more and continue to put affordable food on people's plates and tables as well.
Appreciate that. One follow-up question, Deputy Mayor. Generational farmers, at some point, if that next generation just doesn't want to do any more farming, should that farm family have the ability to sell their land without feeling any guilt about giving up farmland? Through you, Deputy Mayor McMeekin, that's my last question.
Sure, yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor, to the councillor, I think it's important for farmers to have options. And certainly there's lots of cases where that farm succession does take place and the next generation takes over. There's also opportunities for new people to get into farming as well. And it's a costly venture, there's no doubt about it. It's difficult for new folks to come into this business. But that's a perfect example where a retiring farm family could look to an opportunity for a young producer coming into the business and maybe help them out and get involved as well. So they should certainly have options and be able to do what they need to do for their own retirement plans and things like that. But, ultimately we want to see farms and food continue in this province forever.
Appreciate the genuineness of your answers, Mr. Spolstra. Thanks, Deputy Mayor.
No, we don't take questions from, excuse me. Order, please, order. Order. You don't answer that. Okay. Your worship, it's your question.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor. Appreciate your attendance here today, Mr. Spolstra, and all of the work that you've done over many years in Ontario and here in Hamilton. I have just a couple of quick questions. The first one is, you mentioned in your comments the port and the opportunity for food that we produce here in our agricultural belt here in Hamilton, its ability to move product around the world. Is that happening right now?
Absolutely, yes. We have one of the most active ports, I believe, well, definitely in Ontario, but probably in Canada. Agriculturally, we have both goods coming in and exporting goods for, our critical inputs are coming in from other places around the world. And we're also exporting lots of, grain, flour products, those types of things.
Thank you for that, and you'll probably know that there's been some significant investment by some private companies that are doing exactly that kind of work. I think of Parrish and Heimbacher off the top of my head, but it's my understanding that the ability to move goods around the world more effectively and efficiently would be assisted by having a Canadian Border Service Agency service at our port. Are you aware of that issue at all?
Peace out, bitches!
Through you, Deputy Mayor, we haven't really got into that issue, but certainly if it's something that we should follow up on, I'm happy to engage on that in the future.
Sure, and I know that we've been trying to have a tour, and so maybe prior to that, I'll put together something for you to have a quick look at, because if there's something that the UFA can do or that you can do in your local capacity to help facilitate the expansion of the port's ability through container terminal presence that's not being utilized to the extent it should be, I will follow up, and hopefully you can support that. The other thing that you raised that I wanted to ask you about is the analysis around the infrastructure and the sprawl and the operating costs of said infrastructure over time. This is something that I've been recently talking to some elected folks at the provincial level, and it doesn't seem to be something that they are prepared to agree with at this point, or maybe they don't understand the detail there. And I just wanted to know what your experience is. Is it a sense, do you have a sense that the government that we have now in Ontario understands the math around sprawl and around expansion of hard infrastructure and the cost it will bring? You don't have to answer if you don't want to.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I think my sense is that they understand that there is massive costs and massive investment that need to be made. I think you as councillors and the mayor and this city understand the costs and the impact to the city as well, and probably understand that it's going to cost a heck of a lot more to service people in Binbrook than it does in Stony Creek because of the challenges related to sewer and water and road infrastructure and things like that. I'll take it back to the farm. I use the example of a grain system, a grain handling and storage system. We have a number of different bins and a central elevator to move that grain. The farther you move that grain away from the elevator and the farther you have to bring it back, the more costs are associated with it. It's very simple, but it's the same thing with people and housing and things like that. So, I think the city's done good work. I think there's opportunities to continue to grow the urbanized areas, the places that are already within the urban boundary. And I think there's lots of opportunities to continue that in the future.
Thanks very much. Those are my questions. Appreciate your presence and your work. Thanks, Drew.
Thank you.
Councillor Pauls.
Thank you for coming. I think it's in the same line as the mayor was asking you. You talked about there's more people. With our immigration policy, that we have people coming, and they said by 2050, we'll have over 1 million people here in Hamilton. How do we justify intensification where people are saying the buildings are so high, we don't want to live in apartments, the roads are too small? How do we do that? How do we not sprawl a little bit maybe? I'm not talking about Greenbelt, I'm not talking, but those are the questions even people that want no urban expansions ask. Why are they 30-story, 40-story, and why they don't want it in their backyard? How do we justify that? How do we, communicate that we need food for people and yet we need housing for people?
That general question's in your purview, but the broader question of how tall is probably not.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Through you, Deputy Mayor, I think you're doing it already. I think you've made the decisions to hold the urban boundary. If not forever, at least for now. Part of the challenge with the White Belt lands and the expansion plans is that's all you have in Hamilton. without going into greenbelt lands or any other types of lands. So what happens in 2050 when that's all gone? Then where do you go? So I think it's very smart of the city. I think it's a good policy to do what you can now to intensify the urbanized areas, to maximize whatever might come of an LRT line, to build around transit corridors and transit stations and things like that. There's lots of investment going into GO Transit and things and other initiatives across the city and across the province. And I think, wherever we can, we need to build up instead of out. We still have the overall picture of housing right across the city. We still have all the homes in Waterdown and Ancaster and Binbrook and Stony Creek and the communities around the city. It's okay to intensify parts of the downtown and different parts of in different areas as well. It's okay to have the 4-story walk-ups and the missing middle, as MPP Schreiner calls it, to fill in some of these areas. And I think the city is planning in the right direction and is doing their best to utilize the lands they have in the best way possible.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I have one. In your capacity as president of the Ontario Federation of Agriculture, you must have from time to time had conversations generally with the Premier of the province around farmland and the difficulty that we face in terms of where we build. Have you had those conversations? And if so, what feedback do you get?
Yeah, certainly. I haven't had those conversations recently, but in the past, definitely had conversations around farmland, around severances, around different policies that affect agriculture. And, the answer I get is that the intent isn't to pave over farmland. And, certainly that's a comment that I'm hoping to hold them to and, look for other ways and other opportunities to grow without impacting our business and our farms and the farm families.
Good luck, Drew. Thanks for coming out.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
May I please have a mover and seconder to receive the delegations on this item? Councillor Tadison, Councillor Kassar. This will be a show of hands vote. All those in favor? Carried without dissenting vote. Very good. Thank you. We'll move on. Item 6.2, delegations respecting report PED 24163C, the 10-year downtown revitalization strategy, project update, and interim consultants report. Item 7.4, Ward 2. We will take one vote at the end of the series of delegates, if that's okay with everybody here. It's certainly okay with me because that's what it says we should do. So, okay. So we'll call on Stephen D. Cordova, McMaster Students Union in person. Stephen D. Cordova, please. Councillor Kretsch, could you take the chair for a couple minutes?
I'd be delighted to. You're good to go whenever you're ready, folks. You got 5 minutes. There'll be a ding at the 4-minute mark to let you know that you're getting close to the end of your time.
Good morning, everyone. Hello.
While we fix that technical issue, just wait a moment. You can raise the desk up on the left-hand side if you wish, and down. Try that again. There's no echo. Go ahead.
All right. Good morning, everyone. That's a little bit better. My name is Steven DiCordova. I am the Vice President of Education for the Master Students Union this year. And alongside me, I have...
Morning, everyone. My name is Carrie, and I'm the Associate Vice President of Municipal Affairs, so I work with Steven.
And today we'll be showing our support for the 10-year Hamilton Revitalization Plan. The Master Student Union strongly supports the Hamilton 10-year revitalization plan. We believe that it is integral for students to have a strong community here in Hamilton, and that by building up the Hamilton community and the broader surrounding area around McMaster, we're better able to engage students for the long term and keep them within Hamilton. The data that we're going to present to you today comes from our Your City survey that we conducted last year, in which we surveyed students and asked them different questions regarding various topics around student life and the city of Hamilton that had to do with topics such as transportation, the municipality as a whole, the relation with the police, and housing. Today we'll be focusing on some of the more pertinent topics from the Your City survey that have to do with the 10-year revitalization plan. But if you would like to talk to us at any point about the Your City survey beyond that, we will always be free to meet and talk.
So as you may know, McMaster University, we're located on the west end of the city. And for a lot of students, they feel a little isolated from the broader Hamilton community. And that's why downtown is such an important area and such an important neighborhood. In a lot of senses, it's the gateway to going more eastwards toward the city to explore Ottawa Street and Barton Street, and all the transit hubs are also in downtown. So a lot of students will be going to the McNabb station, and that's their first impression of downtown. So I think it's important to talk a little bit about what students' perceptions are of downtown, and we hear this very often in student consultations. And students tell us things, these are things directly quoted from our survey and our consultations. And the general sentiment is that students are afraid of the sentiments of going downtown. They prefer a safer downtown. They don't feel safe enough to stay in Hamilton after graduation because of these feelings. But then we also get students who live in downtown, and they tell us that they understand what students are saying, but they themselves, who live in downtown, who understand the neighborhood and the people, actually don't feel unsafe. But there's a lot of stereotypes and a lot of development that can be done to entice students to come into that area. So that's sort of why we're here today. We want to give that perception of what students are thinking, and also show you that students are key stakeholders. We want them to stay here, and they care about their downtown. A lot of students who live downtown care about bringing more students there and invigorating that BIA and that community and economy.
So then, what really is at stake for us? As Carrie said, students clearly have a wish and a will to be here in Hamilton. Many of us, we chose McMaster for a reason. It's more than just an institution. We came here to build a community for ourselves. We have a lot of students who are coming from various backgrounds. Some are from northern and rural communities. Some of them are international students, so this is their first time living in Canada. And to them, Hamilton has kind of become their home in the GTA. It's where they recognize themselves. And what we're losing here with not being able to break down that stigma, not be having to engage students actively in this community of Hamilton, is that students are not willing to stay in Hamilton after graduation. And we see that as something that truly is disheartening. We think that a lot of students are incentivized. You see at a lot of different institutions, such as Laurier or Western, that students are a little bit more likely to stay at these institutions beyond their graduation. And by losing students, we're losing something that is a driving force for the Hamilton economy. We're losing a sense of youth, a sense of new ideas, something that can bring curation and inspire the next generation of Hamiltonians. And I think it's really important that we do try our best to engage with students actively, and we do try our best to make sure that students are staying here in Hamilton, because we are a key stakeholder, and the power of students is something that is great.
And as Stephen mentioned, you can see in our report, we explore the reasons why students may or may not be considering staying in Hamilton. But what we found is 45% are not even considering the idea of staying after they graduate. And that's talent that we're training locally from all across the world. They're coming here to learn, they're coming here to experience the community, but they don't stay. And one of the important things we found is, students are 1.5 times more likely to consider staying if they've left the campus community at least once in their 4+ year journey at McMaster. So even just one time leaving the campus community, going beyond the McMaster borders, going beyond Westdale, that will increase their chance of considering to stay by 1.5. If they explore Hamilton frequently, if they leave the campus community more often, they're 2 times more likely to stay in Hamilton. So this is what's at stake with the downtown revitalization plan. Creating a downtown that reflects the needs of students and reflects the student identity and the youth identity will encourage students to stay. And this is why we can say this, but we want to show the data as well to why what students are saying.
So to end off, we wanted to present some of our recommendations for the 10-year revitalization plan. We believe that this strategy should allocate funding for student placemaking initiatives that allow us to activate public spaces and showcase student artists. We believe that it is important to have this as something in the 10-year revitalization program because by encouraging students to contribute and actively engage with the Hamilton community, we're also encouraging them to come out and also participate. And we're encouraging their friends, their families to also then come out, see the artwork that they've created, and simply let Hamilton or McMaster students know that Hamilton is a space for them.
And I know that's time, so we'll try to talk more in maybe the question period, but thank you for your time today.
Thank you both very much. I do have a speaker on the list who wanted to ask questions of you. So we'll turn now to Councillor Huang.
Thank you for coming to delegate. It is a little intimidating for students to come, and so it's truly appreciated that you're here speaking to us today. Just as a first question, were there any additional slides beyond this one that you wanted to show us? If that's the case, then okay, cool. So when it comes to the downtown strategy, how are you working with, say, our economic development team on sharing the feedback from the students to the teams here?
You couldn't have asked a better question. We've met very recently with the economic development team, and we're meeting again this week. One of the projects we're working on with ECDev is we're creating an Explore Hamilton passport. This is something the student union has done every year, but this year we're working with the city to do it. We're very excited about this. We're partnering directly with the BIAs, creating a passport that will allow students, give students the step-by-step guide of how can you explore each BIA in the city and not just Westdale, not just Dundas, how can we get you to Ancaster and to Waterdown, into downtown.
East Hamilton, Ward 4.
And East Hamilton, and Ward 4, of course. And we also want to say that we've been in close consultation engagement with Phil, who's been leading the project, and we've been really happy to have the McMaster students' voice represented in this strategy. We're here today to supplement the presentation that will come, or the report that will come later on today. And we do plan to continue meeting with Phil and bringing in that student voice.
Excellent. My second question through you, Chair, is what are in your first sort of initial conversations with a lot of the student body, what are some of the things that are drawing them to the downtown? And is that amenity-based or is there more practical-based? Like, what is that sentiment for why they would go downtown beyond that first sort of curiosity aspect?
Yeah, I would say a lot of conversations we're having, which really drives students to downtown is one, of course, activities and restaurants, but also just the general feeling and the look of downtown Hamilton. Students want to engage in a city that they feel is, beautiful, is uplifting, is bright, is colorful. Oftentimes we see a lot of students who go down to Augusta Street and the artwork that is there and the murals, and they love to take pictures there because they feel like it's a beautiful spot to go to. I know students who love to go to St. Lawrence Park and kind of overlook the city because it's a beautiful scene to see. And I think those visual cues are something that's really important for students alongside the more activity-based, having a restaurant to go to. Those are subsidiary things, but simply having something that they feel represents them and is something that they feel like they want to go to and engage with, I think is one of the most important sentiments that we're hearing.
And a more practical note, housing is a big pull right now, especially as housing develops and the LRT develops. More and more students are choosing downtown as their place to stay and commuting to McMaster, although it's not much of a commute. So downtown, we recognize is a beautiful place. The revitalization plan is just to create a space that could maybe reflect the needs of students a little bit more. But our pull is how can we get students into downtown as the first step, and how can we get students to keep coming back? And we want to include sort of those ideas in the revitalization strategy.
Last question through you, Chair, is when it comes to how the city engages with students, there are lots of different ways in which several city departments connect directly with you. I know several groups would also connect with you in order to connect you into the downtown sort of core. But is there anything else that you envision would make this better? Like, are there any other suggestions in which we can do better in order to help in this interim of getting students downtown?
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the more fleshed out ideas is we met with the placemaking department with the city, and we're like, how can we get student artists who are coming to McMaster, how can we get their artwork out in the city, and how can we have students come out to places in the city and see their peers or see their identity reflected? And they actually directed us back to the revitalization plan, saying this is a great strategy for you to include maybe a chunk of funding or a strategy for youth to be represented in the public space. Like, how can we activate public space in a way that students feel like it's a place that's welcoming? Are there areas to meet up with friends? Are there benches? Are there parks? So the liveliness of an area. But sort of the exciting part of the consultation with Phil, having it ongoing, is that as students are coming back to campus in September, we can ask them directly, what do you want your downtown to look like? We want to present to you what students are telling us. So over the summer, this is sort of the conversations we've had so far, but I would say expect us back with more ideas.
Last plug is that the art gallery is free right now, so maybe that's something you should tell all of your people, because they should come downtown to see the art gallery.
Absolutely, and I would keep an eye out for the Explore Hamilton passport that might have a feature for the gallery.
Thank you, Councillor Huang. And up on the list now, Councillor Taddison, followed by Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Councillor Taddison's over here. My first question, which was what's the MAC student body doing to encourage students to engage in local tourism, was already answered, so that's a great question, and I appreciate that answer. It did say 45% are not looking to stay in Hamilton, but that means 55% are staying. So what did they say, and why are they staying?
There are many reasons why students might choose to stay in Hamilton. I come from a community in Northern Ontario, and I can see so many reasons to stay in Hamilton. There's so much that Hamilton offers that many communities don't. The issues that Hamilton faces, all municipalities will face, but Hamilton's unique in what we offer in our arts and culture scene. Students love going to Super Crawl and Art Crawl. Students love the festivals. They love the diverse food. They love the opportunities to go out into the community and explore our waterfalls and nature. I could list 20 things that students will choose for Hamilton, and 55%, of course, 55% are considering staying, and we want to nurture and encourage those 55%. But the 45% that aren't staying are the ones that aren't even considering it as an option. We just want to open that door and allow all students to see that this is a possibility for them to stay in a city that welcomes them.
I think you'd be a great representative for a tourism commercial for Hamilton. I would like to ask another question. The new recently opened student residence at George and Bay Street, was there any breakdown in that data comparing those students to students who choose to stay in Westdale throughout their school here?
So the new 10 Bay residence is, of course, great initiative by the city of McMaster or McMaster University, but there wasn't direct correlation. We broke down students into 4 categories in terms of housing. So there were students who are from Hamilton, so Hamilton native-born students, students who are currently living on campus, students who rent off campus, and then students who commute. So those are the kind of the 4 broad categories in which we broke down how students were living.
I'll also add the 10 Bay residence is run by the university. So as a student union, we do hear from students. We represent students who live in all residences, but this is the first year that students have the option, or first year students would have the option to choose to live in 10 Bay. So that'll be an interesting thing to see. We'll have a lot more students in the downtown area this year, which makes it a really good timing for the revitalization plan. But yeah, that is top of mind for us as well.
And it'll be great timing as our new TD Coliseum opens up and brings more entertainment to the area. So great job, and thanks for coming, and I always appreciate hearing from our students. Bye.
And now Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here and for your delegation. If you wouldn't mind just putting up the slide that we have a number of my colleagues, that one I've referenced. That is a devastating slide. If you were also the conversation around that we've had too many times out of necessity around this table about strategies of attraction and retention. If you were to say, let's tell a story about people who are coming here out of choice, part of them are going to be publicly funded. While they're here, they're spending everything they probably own on housing, on amenities, on goods and services. And then after we help subsidize their education at the highest level, we're not able to keep them here. Talk about short-sighted. That's a death of 1,000 cuts to this city's present economy and future prosperity. We should be doing, in my opinion, everything we can to retain that skilled labor. So I would like to come back, please. You have referenced them, and I have too often had to recite this theory about magnets and glue. You've talked about green space, you've talked about beautification, you've talked about housing, but I would appreciate, again, another summation. It is my understanding that now skilled labor ranks as one of the most important factors in a company's locational decision. They're on the hunt for talent. And skilled labor is mobile. They're going to go where they want to have fun, where they can find good quality, affordable housing, where they can move around the city efficiently, and where it's a great place to live. So as you're in your capacity in representing students, if you could just speak to, again, a catalog of what this city needs to keep its eye on if we're serious about our economic prosperity into the future. Through the chair.
Yeah, no, I guess I'll take the lead on this one. Thank you for your kind words and your sentiment. I think something to really keep the eye on is, of course, McMaster's, we're a U15 school in Canada. We create tons of great professionals. We're really focused on our STEM programs. And I think something that the city should really keep in mind is providing students with the opportunities for jobs in Hamilton as well. I think a lot of students have difficulties finding work in Hamilton, especially within their specific fields. I feel like a lot of time they're more drawn towards some of the more economic hubs in Toronto, Mississauga, and kind of more towards the center of the GTA. I think really creating a system where students feel that they're able to find work in Hamilton also really goes towards the likelihood that they're going to stay in the city.
And then the report has more information than we can provide today, but students themselves, they ranked two things as top priorities for considering to staying in a city, and it's affordability and public transit, which is self-explanatory, but things like the landlord licensing pilot that will be coming to report soon, if students are having their first rental experience, first adult experience living somewhere in Hamilton, and they have a bad rental experience, that could be the reason. It could be as simple as that could be the reason of why they choose not to stay in Hamilton, because that is now their perception. Or they come to downtown and they hear that students say the area is unsafe, and that becomes their perception. So I think there's a lot on the table. Students tell us that it's affordability and public transit, but it's also a lot of things that students might not directly think about. And it's the downtown revitalization strategy. It's are students seeing themselves represented in the city? Are they seeing opportunity? Are they having opportunities to engage in municipal government even? Are they seeing government as someone that's coming to them? So there's a lot in the report that we're happy to meet out with any counselor. And then one thing, another devastating statistic that we didn't mention was that 12% of our students have actually never left the campus community. So the statistic impacts almost more than 1 in 10 students. They've never left the boundaries of campus. They've never gone downtown. They've never gone to Westdale. They've never gone to Ward 4 or any of the wards here. So that's why this work is important, and it's a two-way street. The student union can do a lot here to encourage students to go into the city, but a lot of that is coming to you and telling you what students need as well.
Thanks so much for your delegation. Thanks for your willingness to get off campus continuously and participate, listen and learn and activate. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no further speakers on our list. You folks are done for now. We'll receive the delegations for this item at the end, so thank you. You can take your seats.
Thank you, Chair.
Next up to delegate is Carl Andrus from the Hamilton Community Benefits Network. Welcome, Carl, to join us now. Carl, you know the drill, but just for fun, you get 5 minutes. At the 4-minute mark, it'll go ding. It'll go ding again at the 5-minute mark. And then if you're still talking, I'll ask you to wrap up at that time, and you can begin once the clerk's team turns on your microphone. And as always, on the left-hand side now, we have the ability to raise up the desk and lower the desk. So if you need to adjust it for your height, you can do so.
So first off, I have the misfortune of following those wonderful students who gave an excellent presentation, which rarely happens to me. But Chair, councillors, media and staff, as well as interested residents watching here and online, I thank you for the opportunity to discuss the downtown revitalization strategy. Born in the 1970s, yes, I'm old, and getting much closer to 50 than I might like to admit, I want to advertise that I have witnessed our core undergo many changes. So I am pleased to hear that this council and staff are considering a 10-year downtown revitalization strategy. I've attended a few events related to this topic and reviewed the questionnaires mentioned by the city staff in PED 24183. And through the chair, I do not wish to disparage the hard work of staff as they tackle the nearly impossible challenge of developing a way to reinvigorate our core. Through the chair, though, some councillors here might remember the days of urban renewal, which enforced a top-down revitalization that, as a historian, I would say did not live up to its promise. A lack of resources compounds the task facing staff, and additionally, inherent biases on who and what should shape our core leak out even in the draft report before you. It is clear that staff's perspective on revitalizing the city's heart leaves little room for the public realm. The list of stakeholders engaged highlight BIAs, police services, office, rental owners, the urban precinct group, urban planners, etc. Those voices who might not necessarily bring the view that public space should be, well, public. Jane Jacobs said cities have the capacity of providing something for everybody only because and only when everybody creates them. I see little discussion on pushing against the encroachment of businesses on sidewalks and public spaces, on the installation of benches or water fountains. On James North, you can't get a free sip of water until you hit Bayfront Park or Central Park. Forget finding a public washroom. Now, don't get me wrong, I love the patios downtown, especially at Merritt Brewery and The Brain, which are almost second homes to me. So I might be a little self-righteous in ranting against the changing downtown. However, I wonder about those with mobility challenges who are not as privileged as I am. How are they interacting with the spaces and places downtown? And how is the 10-year downtown revitalization strategy hearing from them? I'm sure the corporate calls with downtown office tenants are bringing their voices forward. To lean on Jane Jacobs again, first, there must be clear demarcation between what is a public space and what is a private space. Public and private spaces cannot ooze into each other as they typically do in suburban settings or in projects. I fear that in our rush to shine, build, and improve downtown, we might be missing critical voices and thoughts. In the 1980s, I was still a child, but you could actually find a public washroom downtown. Shorty Greens provided hydration as well as splash play. I worry that in our rush to improve the legacy of a broken urban core, we might be creating a space that is exclusive to the wealthy, the condo owners, and not for all Hamilton residents. I would implore you to ask staff to do more to make sure that we are building a downtown for all. The rush to focus on safety and businesses risks often excluding or removing residents who should also benefit from our changing city. The engagement to date, I feel, is perhaps leaving things unsaid that would be invaluable to council and the mayor in making an informed choice for the next 10 years of our downtown revitalization. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Carl. I don't have anyone on the list, but just so you know, the consultants are in the room. They're listening to you, so I'm sure they'll take note of all of that. Thank you for being here today. On that, we're now going to receive both of the delegations that we just heard from. I'll receive a mover there, Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Kassar, and this is a vote by show of hands. All those in favor of receiving the delegations? That's everyone, and that carries. At this time, I'll return the chair to Councillor McMeekin.
Okay, just catch up here. We've had that. The motion's carried. We're over to item 7 for information. Items 7.4 and 7.5 have a presentation, and we can consider those items separately. If there's no objection, may I have a mover and seconder to put items 7.1, 2, 3, and 6 on the floor as a group? By Councillor Kretz, seconded by Councillor Spatafora. Thank you. Is this a hand vote or hand vote? All in favor? Carried. Okay. So we're looking now, we're going down to 7.4. Are there questions or comments about 7.4? Yeah. Presentation, okay. We have a presentation, and we'll invite the presenter to come and do so. Thank you. Thank you. You'll introduce yourself, and you know the routine. Thanks. Go ahead when you're ready.
Good morning, Chair and committee members. My name is Phil Caldwell. I'm the Manager of Commercial Districts and Small Business in the Economic Development Division. And I'm joined by Christophe Rivet, Principal of Cultural Spaces Consulting, and together we will be presenting an interim update on the 10-year downtown revitalization strategy. I'll start quickly this morning by providing an update on the project itself, the engagement we've done through the first phase of this project, and then outline the project's remaining deliverables and timing. And then Christophe will take over to introduce himself and his firm and provide some initial insights and observations about the state of our downtown based on what they've been hearing and seeing from the community.
One moment, please.
Okay. As a brief reminder, this project was one of a number of actions that staff had recommended back in December 2024 to bolster downtown revitalization efforts in the face of some ongoing challenges facing our downtown. These challenges have included a higher than average street front commercial vacancy relative to other commercial districts in the city, the potential for a rising office vacancy rate over the next few years as existing office tenants right-size their office footprint to reflect hybrid work arrangements, systemic societal challenges respecting mental health, addiction, and housing, combined with an overall reduced presence of office workers in the core, as well as economic headwinds, first as a result of rising interest rates starting in late 2023, and most recently due to market uncertainty around tariffs, which have paused much of the demand for new market housing in the core. Although I know appreciated by many, I still want to take a moment to reflect on the overall importance and role that downtown has in our community, and why these current challenges are particularly impactful to the success of our downtown. Our downtown encapsulates the city's cultural and civic identity. It serves as a major economic hub, and destination for city and social services in the community. It is a neighborhood where over 30,000 Hamiltonians call home, according to the 2021 census, and where over 28,000 people have a place of work. This translates into slightly more than 1 in 10 jobs in the entire city being in our downtown. The downtown also serves important citywide functions ranging from transportation linkages to being a hub for the city's arts, culture, and creative industries, as well as a major source of opportunity for the city's entrepreneurs and small business owners. And last but not least, the downtown is where over $4.8 billion in assessment is generated, resulting in significant municipal tax revenue that helps contribute to funding services and amenities for all Hamiltonians across the city. While we have been working hard on the strategy, city staff have not been waiting to take action to better support our downtown. In economic development, we have brought in the new downtown office to residential hotel grant program, conversion grant program, which came into effect on July 2nd, as well as made permanent a graffiti removal grant program, which to date has helped property owners remove over 100 instances of graffiti on private property since 2023. Municipal law enforcement and transportation have been more proactive in managing graffiti on public property, as well as launching an information ad campaign to deter graffiti in the community. Municipal law enforcement has also increased its hours of service to respond to after-hours bylaw complaints in the community. Waste management and transportation have been enhancing core cleanliness efforts with new equipment, staff, as well as implementing new measures to respond to cleanliness issues more quickly and efficiently. And housing services have been increasing their outreach and collaboration with local partners to address site-specific issues when it comes to housing needs and supports in the downtown. In terms of the strategy, since April, we have been out in the community increasing awareness about the project and listening to as many people as we can about their challenges, needs, wants, and ambitions for downtown in order to help inform our work. On the screen, you'll see the various ways we have been engaging with the community. This has included holding 13 in-community pop-up engagements at community events and attractions, sending direct mailouts to residents and businesses in the downtown area, as well as utilizing print and digital media ad buys to increase project awareness across the city, utilizing Engage Hamilton for surveys and the sharing of ideas and storytelling from the community about downtown, as well as holding a number of downtown-specific stakeholder roundtables and one-on-one meetings that have reached over 200 stakeholders. Engagement efforts have aimed to hear from a cross-section of Hamiltonians, including both local downtown residents, property owners, and service providers, as well as residents from outside of downtown who visit or work downtown, recognizing the important role that employment and tourism play in downtown success. The discussions and feedback we've had with the community stakeholders and city staff so far has been invaluable to us. And so I just want to take a moment to say thank you very much to anyone in the chambers or watching that participated in this engagement. Your time and contributions have been very much appreciated. And here's a brief overview of the remaining project timelines and deliverables. By the end of July, we will provide a more detailed report back to community on what we heard through our engagement during this phase of the project. Beginning in July and through to September, staff will begin development of the strategy and its priority actions. In October, we are looking to return to the community with draft actions for feedback. And then based on that feedback, we will finalize the draft strategy in November and bring that draft forward to a December 3rd General Issues Committee for information and feedback from committee and council. We will then incorporate any final directions from council and bring the final strategy back for approval and implementation in the first quarter of 2026. With that, I will now hand it over to Christophe for the remainder of the presentation.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to be here and to give you an overview of what we've been doing since we started this project. So I'll just give you a very, very quick overview of what cultural space is, what we're all about, because it does taint the way that we look at challenges and solutions. I'll give you also a very quick overview of past projects that I think are relevant to Hamilton, and then a summary of activities and the next steps that we're envisioning. So in terms of who we are a diverse team of experts with decades of experience in creating resilient strategies for natural and cultural sites, sustainable development, and urban planning. So we're not strictly urban planners. We look at the questions of the relationship between people and places. So what really drives us is this idea of managing change over time to maintain a strong, resilient, and meaningful relationship between people and places. And in terms of how we work, so we are multidisciplinary. We are laser focused on trying to understand that relationship between people and place. We treat places as ecosystems. So this means that we understand that there are many, many levers that activate a resilient community. So we're not trying to push one perspective over others. We're trying to understand the relationships. We identify those pressure points and the tensions, and then we try to offer integrated solutions. So in order to avoid silo discussions. And we are very strong proponents of small changes as being as important as big changes. So that's in a nutshell who we are. And in terms of past projects, one particular project that is quite similar is we developed a downtown strategy for Ottawa, where this was an exercise that was driven largely by the community and elected officials from a range of backgrounds and similar issues with COVID and so on. There are some specificities with Ottawa because it's an economy that is largely driven by the public service, but a lot of the challenges of a downtown were experienced there. And we released that report about a year ago. The technique that we used here, that we're using here, that we used in Ottawa that is very relevant is the engagement strategy. So we put a lot of effort in engaging as many voices as we could. And in terms of the Exchange District, so the challenge there was to guide change in an environment that is very much defined by its built identity and so on. So again, here we used strategies to engage different voices, but the main driver here was to understand how governance plays a role in guiding change. And lastly, I'll say that sustainability is the fundamental ingredient in our work, in the way that we look at questions and in the way that we look at solutions. Summary of what we did. So we've been extremely active since we started sometime in mid to late March. And all of our efforts and our energies were dedicated to establishing a first contact with as many stakeholders as possible. So we spent all of our time listening, and it does not end now, but it is the main focus of our work since March. So we came 4 times and for various site visits where we engaged with hundreds of people through individual interactions, and we're still interested in continuing some of these conversations, but the next phase will focus on other aspects of the work. So we did the targeted work, whereas the city staff focused on more open public conversations. So the objective of that strategy, of that first phase, was to meet with key stakeholders and listen to what they said. So we really had a light touch in our interactions in order to listen to the voices, the tones, and what was being said. We had a structure that was based on thematic approach, and we tried to integrate various voices in each one of these thematic approaches. So you have the list here. We had small groups of stakeholders within these different themes, but we also had direct interactions on the ground. So myself and my team, we walked the streets of downtown multiple times, day and night, including late at night, and to get a feel and to talk to various individuals that we interacted with in the streets. So what we heard, our specific efforts heard from about 200 people, and in the one-on-one group meetings that lasted about 90 minutes each. We had a mix of outside organizations and city staff. We focused a lot of our attention on leaders, and what we mean by that is not necessarily people who officially lead an organization, but people who are active in affecting change. And listen. I'll leave you with that word. In terms of the summary, 4 big categories of thoughts that were conveyed to us. The first one is that this is a neighborhood that people care about. So there are a lot of people who live here and who make a living. And we tend to forget that downtowns are not just a hub and a destination. It is a place where people live. So it is, as part of our next steps, we'll we will be paying attention to that perspective quite closely. The second one is that it is the home and livelihood of many. So irrespective of whether you live here and whether you want to see things from the perspective of a resident, there are many other aspects of that neighborhood that are pretty critical to the livelihood of various people who work here, live here, have their own business, and so on and so forth. The third element is that there is a perception of abandonment. So there is a perception that downtown is not cared for. And this is a perception that has to be balanced depending on whether you come here or you live here. But overall, there is that sense of not being heard and not being cared for. And the fourth point is the experience of disconnect. And that point is particularly important because it stresses the fact that because people care about this neighborhood, because people are invested for all sorts of reasons in being here, you have individual initiatives that are undertaken. You have individual motivations and projects that are underway in a range of fields. And there's not necessarily a key response in the city in response to accompany or to facilitate. So those are the four big categories of ideas and what we've heard. As part of me coming here today, we were asked initially to propose a vision and principles, and based on our efforts and what we've heard, it is premature to propose a vision and to propose principles, simply because a vision is a building exercise. It's a building exercise with different voices and something that is meant to be authentic and motivating. And we're not there yet. We, as I said, we put a lot of our emphasis in listening, and same with the principles. But in terms of vision, we did hear some ingredients and kernels of ideas, and same with the principles. So in terms of the vision, we clearly heard that this is perceived as a neighborhood and a destination. It is an element of city pride. It should be accessible to all. We should have positive energy and excitement around this space. It should be welcoming. It should offer opportunities for the city as a whole. And there was a previous comment earlier in the delegation about public space. Yes, that is extremely critical in what we've heard. In terms of the principles, as I said, those are just kernels. We don't have established principles to propose today. But it should be people-focused. We should go back to basics. Back to basics means things like fixing sidewalks or whatnot. We should build and care for what we do. So whatever we invest here, we should invest the same amount of effort in caring for it. We should be committed to change, and that means that we are saying something and then we should find the mechanisms to follow through. We should focus on what the city can control, and we should push for a strong public presence. We should be encouraging initiatives. We should collectively own downtown and empower residents. So these, again, are kernels of principles. They're not anything that we should understand as established quite yet. In terms of the next steps, so the phase 2 will be to spend time on drafting a vision and principles with stakeholders in a way that is interactive, in reviewing a collection of existing and principles from city and stakeholders, because that's the one thing I also want to point out is that there are a number of efforts that have taken place over the years from the city, from other players outside of the city that all play a part in understanding where are we trying to go with this place. The second phase will also put a lot of effort in collecting data and analysis. We did not do that in the first phase. We just wanted to listen. So this is where we are working with the city and outside of the city to identify and review plans, to identify the impact of city initiatives, existing city initiatives with the visions and principles, connect dots, and survey comparables. We'll be coming back with draft priorities and recommendations that are relevant, practical, integrated, short to long-term, and we will identify levers of change and transformative initiatives. So that's what we'll be coming back later this year. And as I said, while we put a lot of effort, exclusively our efforts to listening, this is not the end of it. We wanted to put to create that first contact in person, which is why I came so frequently with my team. But we will continue those exchanges because at the end of the day, this exercise has to be carried by many and not just by one entity, and it is best to figure out a mechanism to engage and make it relevant throughout. I think this is the end of it. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you. So before we open the floor to questions, can I have a mover and a seconder to both receive the report and open it for discussion? Your Worship, Councillor Pauls. All in favor? That's okay. Any questions? Sorry, Your Worship.
Thanks, thanks, Deputy Mayor McMeekin. I just have a couple of small questions. First of all, I was very happy to see, and I know it's question time, but the integration of people's voices and people's experiences and the acknowledgement that downtown is not just a downtown for economic activity, but it's a series of neighborhoods. And I would just say it's not a neighborhood. It's a series of neighborhoods that we have in and around our downtown. And my question, though, was specific around the engagement piece and the extent to which you were able to have people approach you to talk about downtown. Specifically, the pop-ups are something I'm interested in because that's where, you're there. And if people aren't interested, they're not going to come and talk to you. So what was the experience around the pop-ups? And in that same question, I noticed there was one pop-up at Lime Ridge Mall, but I would like to know what kind of pop-ups happened in the broader Hamilton area, because in the broader Hamilton city, I guess I would say, because we have this challenge of making sure that people who are Hamiltonians, can feel like downtown's a place for them too. So maybe if you could help with that.
Sure, thank you for the question, through the chair. Yeah, we did 13 pop-up engagements in the community over a span of about two and a half months. So a very concerted effort, mainly on weekends, to make sure we were reaching people in their environment. Our focus was not trying to draw people to us, but to go where people were already. So we went to places like Art Crawl. Coming out of the downtown, we went to places like the Steam and Technology Museum to interact with families who were coming there for some of the events that were happening. Again, we were at Lime Ridge Mall. It's been a busy couple of months and I'm forgetting all the places exactly, but we did make a concerted effort to go outside of the downtown to hear from a broad range of residents. The feedback we heard, people were, it did range. I think the comments from the delegates from McMaster were bang on as far as how the mix of comments we received did depend on where you were in the city. So in the downtown, people living downtown, residents downtown, when we did pop-ups at the farmers market, for example, there weren't concerns really around safety. It was their home. They had certain wants of amenities that they felt they needed or were missing in the core, like rec centers and things of that nature that would really support it being a full neighborhoods. But then when you went out into kind of the suburban areas, into the other areas of the city, there was more a stronger perception around safety. And again, I preface that by saying that some of those people had not been downtown in a long time and had maybe some older perceptions maybe. But whether perception or reality, it was still an important consideration for us because we want the downtown to be a success for everyone. So that's kind of an overview of what we heard and a bit of a mix of what we were hearing based on where we were in the community. But it was a lot of conversation, a lot of people very dedicated, very proud of Hamilton and really wanting downtown to be a success or be what they remembered it to be at a time and point.
That's great. Thank you very much. I have two other short questions. On the theme of engagement, I'll ask about the online tool. The online tool that's separated between city and stakeholders. What kind of participation are you getting on the online tools?
The online tools have, I don't have a frame of reference, quite frankly, as to whether it was really good or not, but we had about, I think it was about 10,000 page views from people coming onto the website, learning and learning about the project, which was great because that was a part of our effort, was to increase awareness that we were even doing this in the first place. In terms of the surveys, I believe we had just shy of 300 people complete the surveys, and we're actually going through that process right now to put into the major buckets of themes of what we were hearing, and we'll be reporting back into the community by the end of July about that and what we heard. But as far, we did have a lot of, we also had an opportunity for people to submit stories, personal feelings about downtown. We also didn't do our survey in a way that was like a predetermined box that you checked. We wanted people to feel free to say what they needed to say or wanted to say about downtown. So that's why it's taking a little longer to go through all that data, because it's all free-form text. But I feel confident that it was a good response. I feel that we heard from a broad spectrum of the community, but as Christophe said, we're not done. This is just the initial touch point on engagement. It's to give us a grounding of what we believe to be the case in the community about what feelings there are for downtown. And as we work on the project further, we'll be engaging again and using the Engage platform again later on to further refine some of that engagement.
Thanks very much. I know you didn't mention at all the city, sorry, through you, Deputy Mayor, the city response for the internal staff and their response to the tool that's online.
Yeah, so through the chair, there was the Engaged platform, but also our consultants have brought their own tool along to allow for a little more of an in-depth engagement with both city staff and the stakeholders we engaged with. I believe that closes by the end of this week for people to submit and provide comments. And I'll maybe take this opportunity that for any staff that received my email who haven't yet clicked on that link and contributed, it's really important that we hear from city staff and stakeholders alike, because again, a lot of the things we're hearing may involve looking at ourselves and how we're doing things internally as well regarding downtown. So it's just as important to hear from city staff as well.
And I would encourage councillors to engage as well. But yeah, I raised that because I wanted to also encourage the city staff, because we make the policies here, we have the vision, but the staff implement, and so they need to be engaged as well. So I appreciate that. Last thing, neighborhood associations. We have some, that would be something the Ward 2 councillor, maybe the Ward 1 and Ward 3 councillors would have more information on, but those are the kind of the active neighborhood voices, and were they engaged, or will they be engaged?
Yeah, so we, through the pop-up engagements that we had, we did actually have quite a few visits from people representing the neighborhood associations, particularly Duran Sticks Out as coming to the Magnolia Hall grand opening where we were as well. So I believe they've been represented, but I think we will be making a more concerted effort to reach out to them directly once we have some actions that we're going to be proposing to see if they're matching their expectations for the strategy as well.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is an ever-growing list of people who want to speak to this important issue. There's 7 more speakers. Councillor Wayne.
Thank you. Fresh off of what the mayor just asked, have you had an opportunity to connect with the Francophone associations or the Francophone community or the urban Indigenous communities?
For the Francophone community, I believe they were part of a not directly, but as part of a broader range of pre-existing organizations and coordinated efforts of organizations that meet. I believe they were part of some of those meetings that we had. When it comes to the Indigenous community, we have reached out to the Indigenous Relations Office and are kind of at the moment of waiting for some direction on how best to engage with that community, but it is absolutely an aspect of this.
Excellent. So I have 2 very pointed questions then. The City of Hamilton, in our operations, we are really great at writing strategies. We have economic development action strategy, we have a tourism strategy, we have a museum strategy, we also have a placemaking strategy, we also have, literally the list is so incredibly long. how are you, maybe this is to Christophe, during your data and your collections, phase 2, are you taking a look at all of these different strategies and integrating them? Because my worry is that we spend this time, we build this strategy, and then because there are so many competing interests and they don't really talk to each other in a fulsome or holistic way, this strategy ends up kind of sitting on a shelf and collecting dust. So, or it supersedes another strategy, like let's say the museum strategy, because it's a smaller strategy under tourism. So that's my concern, is that we write a lot of strategies, but there isn't any type of holistic thought process on how we pull them all together.
So thank you for the question. Can I say that we noticed that there are a lot of strategies, and which is why we're going to spend quite a bit of time going through them, because I think the first step for us is to not reinvent the wheel first. Second is to connect dots, because a lot of these strategies were developed within their own mandate. But what will be required for downtown, and it's a city approach. So there are many dots that will need to be connected. And I think, if I may, some of the, what you've introduced is the idea that there might be a hierarchy between documents, and honestly, this is not where we're at. We're at connecting dots, and we will then identify gaps and try to provide some guidance based on the work that we'll be doing with stakeholders and with the city. And then it will be up to the city to figure out how you want to articulate this in light of all the other priorities. And I'll conclude also by saying that the example I used earlier about Winnipeg is something that is on our mind, that the issue or the question of governance, of how you deliver on these things and how you connect those dots to, or actually just get everyone to row more or less in the same direction, that's also top of mind for us.
Okay.
Sorry, if I could just add to that. I think when it comes to other strategies, I want to be very clear, this is not intended to supplement, supplant or alter anything that's already in the works from any department or division. The intent here, I give the example of where we have a citywide strategy, is drilling down and working with staff who oversee that strategy to say, okay, these were the things that we're doing. How do some of these, what do these look like in the context of a downtown? And that we can further take the next step in achieving that objective, but in the context of downtown through this strategy to flush it out a little further, maybe as to actionable items.
Okay, so I think supplemental to that is, as a counselor, knowing the amount of strategies that we have, I think that where I get confused is, how does this all fit together? Because there are so many moving pieces. Not only are we looking at everything from a complete streets to an official plan to all of a sudden now a new downtown vacancy strategy that and then we also have $300 million coming into the TD Coliseum. There's a lot of moving pieces, and I think as a counselor, it's really hard for me to keep straight where we're going with this. My last question through you, Deputy Mayor, is how does this revitalization strategy take into account the massive investment of LRT? And thank you for your email, Phil, about reminding me about participating in the House Space, which is your city's, because when I looked at the feedback, a vast majority of that feedback said that LRT was the going concern. It's single-handedly our largest opportunity, but our largest challenge. So how does this potential strategy potentially fit into how we support small businesses along the LRT line? How do we talk about revitalizing those spaces? It's so first and foremost amongst city staff, so how do we build that in?
Through the chair, it's an important point because it has been a recurring theme, a little more focused in certain areas perhaps, particularly around International Village and some of the impacts that are anticipated around LRT to those businesses in that area. I think first and foremost, our priority, given the time span of this strategy being in the next 10 years, I think we're focused more on what efforts the city could action to mitigate construction and the impacts on businesses. So that'll be probably the biggest priority as far as how we're addressing LRT within this strategy, to make sure that businesses are being supported, both through efforts by the city itself, but also it's probably worth noting that a piece of this will also be about advocacy and what are things that the city should be advocating to other levels of government for in order to support revitalization of areas of our downtown. And so there very well could be an element of this that's about how we're, what our priority advocacy matters around getting other levels of government to help us support some of those businesses within that area as well.
Just as a last comment, this is LRT and small business supports and construction mitigation has been top of mind for a lot of people. I know that Councillor Morgan Wilson has put forward several motions on how we go about doing that. So don't discount some of the previous directions that this council has also brought forward, including taking a jurisdictional scan on business supports that are from other municipalities and ensuring that we're trying to support our small businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kretsch.
Thanks, and good to see you again. We've talked a fair bit, and I'm sure we'll talk again some more. I appreciate the way that you're presenting this. I think it's important, I have some comments to make later, but I think it's important to ask specifically and follow up with the mayor's question about the people who live downtown, how you're engaging with those folks, and what you're doing to try and find some more spontaneous interactions or even some directed interactions in spaces and places that maybe aren't easy to get to, hard to connect with, where there are barriers to folks. What are you doing to try and break those barriers down and have those conversations?
Through the chair, yeah, the population that lives downtown is obviously a central element of having their voices reflected in the strategy. Our first attempts were really to get kind of that ground truthing of some of our understanding of the downtown. So was it perfect? Probably not. There's a lot of people that we're trying to engage. Certainly we're going to be, as part of phase 2, continuing the conversation. I would look for interacting with people who might give us some direction about what are the great places where we could interact with people. I know you've provided us some guidance on that, and we're going to implement that in phase 2. I think it's a bit of a work in progress, quite frankly. So I don't have a strong answer for you right now, but it is top of mind, and it's something we'll be working with the consultant through phase 2 to make sure you're hearing from those local residents.
Sorry, and I will add that myself and my team, we will be back. And as I said, I've mentioned a few times already, I'm a big walker, and it's truly the only way that you can bump into someone and have a conversation about something. So we will continue to do that for the next few months. And, you know, coming in the summer is not the same thing as coming in the fall. You don't bump into the same type of people, and the same type of stories might not come out. So we will continue our efforts. We don't know the city as well as everyone around this table, so we do depend on your guidance as well to make sure that we don't miss any really critical voice.
Thanks. A theme in this preliminary information you share with us that I see that connects with what I hear from residents on a regular basis is this feeling of fragmentation. So we look at that from the city's perspective. Sometimes we have a lot of different departments trying to do something, but we don't have a downtown-focused division, for instance, is looking at how that works. When we look out to the community, we see the road structure here is frankly, rather violent in terms of the way it's shaped, right? You have a lot of major arteries that separate all the neighborhoods in their own little pods, make it difficult for people to walk around as they may wish to. And so then, of course, don't necessarily have folks integrating with one another, having conversations across those spaces because they don't feel safe being in them. So how is that shaping up already as that idea of fragmentation? How is it shaping up as a problem? Because, I mean, what we're seeing here is people want to connect. They care about this, but the barrier is that we have a lot of little pieces everywhere. And how do we coalesce those things and bring them together? How are you hearing about that so far?
Well, in terms of hearing, it's exactly what you've just described. So, but I would say that all the different voices experience the city differently. And, I'm going to stress again, I'm a walker, so I don't have the same experience as someone who has to drive to come in, which is a perfectly legitimate way of experiencing the city. It's just not giving you the same perception of space. So I'm going to wait for collecting data and having very targeted conversations on this. But anecdotally, as a pedestrian, everything you've just described is appropriate. The concern around public space is something that also has made me think about, what kind of experience do you have walking around or cycling around, or that slower movement, which is what most tourists will experience, which is what most residents experience, and what most business owners live from, or would it, yeah.
My last question relates a bit to what the folks from McMaster were speaking to about wanting to be in a downtown they described as bright, vibrant, and colorful. And so I'm wondering if you have any early thoughts about how public art shapes the experience for people downtown. Have you heard about that in terms of how people understand this space to maybe be sometimes a little bit less bright and colorful than it could be?
Well, again, through the chair, we've only heard anecdotal information. We've engaged with already members of the arts and culture community so that we can gauge the efforts that are being made by that community and their attempts at being impactful. We've heard then from the businesses that work and operate here and how that relationship with public art may be beneficial. But until I have data, I'd rather not comment more.
Thanks. Last thing for me is just a quick comment. Then I'll make some comments later when the report is up. But while you're here, just to say that I think it's important to analyze and think about investment when it comes to downtown, what that looks like. And when you're having those conversations with individuals who are saying, I'd like this, I'd like that, what about this, what about that? I think it's important to have some feedback about, well, how do they see us investing in downtown? How do they see us doing that literally with dollars? And where is that money coming from? So getting their perspective on that's important. We often talk about that as a budget. We often talk about that here at this level. But what do people actually think that looks like? How do we do it? And what is needed for us to get to a place that makes them happy about downtown? Thank you.
No question? Okay. So, thank you. Good morning, Councillor Nan. I should have recognized you earlier, but I know you were in and out, but good to see you.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I had to step out for a quick medical appointment on behalf of my mom. So thank you for the presentation. Good to connect with you on the topic again. Part of what I had shared with you when we chatted the first time was this really being an opportunity for excellence on the part of the city where we integrate and look at the intersection as well as the outcomes as it relates to economic, environmental, and social lens by which to think about revitalizing our downtown core. I'm not going to repeat any of the questions or points that have been made, so I'm going to go through my list here and say, based on where you're at now, and recognizing that your response might be you're waiting for the data to answer this question, but is there any specific population of residents that you feel you haven't heard from, that you're aiming to hear from? Are there any gaps in terms of population groups?
Do you want to start? You start. All right. Well, from my point of view, I, in fact, don't have the data to validate that, but it is important for me to make sure that the voices that we should hear are heard, which is why I am relying on elected representatives as well as city staff to make sure that we didn't miss anyone. So until we have a demographic profile and more details on that, I'll reserve judgment.
No, I appreciate that. So, whether it's renters, whether it's folks from equity, deserving communities, et cetera, you'll be able to better comment on that when the data is there.
Councillor, I'll just add, for myself, one of the key areas that we wanted to engage with through this initial phase was, to Councillor Crutch's point, some of the residents downtown. Recognizing that downtown has a higher proportion of high-rise buildings, which are potentially a little more difficult to engage residents with. So we did make some efforts to reach out to building owners to get posters and information available within the lobbies of those buildings in order to try and draw a little more information from people. I don't believe that was as successful as I would have liked it to have been, quite frankly. It proved quite difficult. Various contacts and trying to get people to respond to those kinds of inquiries and knowing who to contact in those buildings. I'll emphasize that we actually had some great people come forward who live in the buildings who voluntarily offered to provide some of our materials in the buildings themselves, which is fantastic. But if there was one area I would like to try and emphasize a little more is, again, penetrating those buildings in the downtown that are harder to engage residents in.
Thank you. And perhaps adjacently through you, there can be a discussion about partnership with City Housing Hamilton. I'm sure we'd be happy to facilitate an opportunity for our residents in the downtown areas to feed into this process. The next question I had was around the integration of plans and studies or other documents that already exist with the municipality. Just wanting to flag two and wondering if they're on the radar yet. One is the community safety and well-being plan, not just from the plan document perspective, but there was quite a robust engagement of residents informing what safety and what well-being looks like, feels like, would be experienced as residents in the city. And there was some stuff that kind of like fit within the mandate of the community safety and well-being plan. And then there was other content that kind of went beyond it. Wondering your thoughts on that.
Through the chair, absolutely. That's probably one of the most important documents actually that we've identified a need to correlate this strategy to and to further support. And we've already been engaged with the city staff who have responsibility for that and having those conversations now.
Thank you. And then the last one I'll flag there through you, Deputy Mayor, is the recent work that was received by Emergency Community Safety Committee, Services Committee around the gender-based safety audit work that was done in partnership with YW as a result of Councillor Wilson's leadership in that work. So just curious, would that also be one of those pinnacle documents?
Through the chair, absolutely. And we've been engaged with that staff as well.
Wonderful. Thank you. Those are my questions for now.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor McMeekin. Thank you very much, Manager Caldwell and Consultant Rivette, for this update. Well, I'll say what maybe people are afraid to say, and I think it's not been a coincidence the last couple of years, and probably mostly through the encampment protocol, that I've never had such a theme in my ward, especially amongst the female population, of greater concerns of coming downtown and also having female employees that work downtown, the male co-workers that I know and or their employer as a male telling me that often asking for an escort and for their helping them to walk them to their car in the downtown parking lot, whatever the case might be. So I think that not just the perception, but the reality, over 60 shootings in the previous year, I think that it's very important. The reality and the perception of the safety of our downtown is paramount, and all the rest, in my humble opinion, will fall in place neatly and nicely. So on that theme, Deputy Mayor McMeekin, through you to Manager Caldwell, any consultation with Hamilton Police Services in your study, please?
Through the chair, yes. So we met with the police chief and his deputies and had a frank conversation around some of the challenges around downtown, and we will be continuing those discussions to inform our recommendations back to council.
Great, Manager. Thank you. Manager, just a clarification. When you put here, over 30,000 people call Hamilton downtown home, and it's a place of work for 28,000. I take it those are two different figures. The 28 isn't part of the 30.
That's right. They're separate figures.
Correct. Okay. And the demographics of the 28,000 through you and the consultant, Rivette, any idea, like Tom, 5% of that's from your East Mountain, 20% from Ancaster, 7% from Waterdown. Any breakdown of that through you, Deputy Mayor?
Through the chair, not at the moment. We were relying on the 2021 StatsCan census data, which, as far as I'm aware, did not get into that level of detail, but it'll be something we're looking to flush out through the next stages of the project.
And thank you. And your whole page on graffiti, oh my goodness, you've listed about 10 different bullet points about cleaning up graffiti and that. So is that more community driven that I get murals, everybody loves murals, but some people like graffiti, I suppose. It's their editorial opinion. I don't. A lot of it is tagging, unfortunately. So was that more community driven that through you and resources through municipal law enforcement that we need to do a better job of doing more graffiti cleanup?
Through the chair, yes, it was a strong point of feedback from the community. That's why we introduced the graffiti grant program for private property owners to help. They shouldn't have to incur that cost because someone else did it to their property, so we're trying to compensate for that. And then on the city side, with our own assets, trying to step up our own efforts to improve the visual identity of downtown by removing graffiti more proactively.
And lastly, manager or consultant, the perception of abandonment. So can you drill down a little more for me on that? Was that neighborhood by neighborhood in the core that, where's the rest of the city and where's more people coming to embrace our little local neighborhood weekend event we're having and more people coming to our downtown to celebrate the rebirth, if you will, of our downtown? Was a perception of abandonment, municipal government, we need you more. Can you just drill down a little more for me, consultant? And Deputy Mayor, that's my last question.
Thank you, and through the chair. So this is not data-driven. This is based on what we heard from groups that are from various perspectives. So arts and culture, transport, you name it. There's quite a diversity. And everything you've just described is part of that perception of abandonment. Basically, they don't feel supported. They don't feel like there's enough focus on the specifics of downtown. And it is coupled with the idea of disconnect. So that's why I introduced them next to each other. It's because there are people who live and work here and who make their own efforts to make sure that things are better, but there's a misalignment with the city initiatives for certain aspects, and that's one of the things that we'll be looking into in phase 2.
Terrific. Just a closing comment so I don't sound too disparaging. I love our city. I love our downtown. The downtown is the heartbeat of our city, and I want it to flourish. But in my humble opinion, there's issues out there on the perimeter, and if we're just going to pretend, then it's not going to flourish to the greatest extent it should. Thank you, Deputy Mayor McMeekin.
Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. I won't repeat Councillor Wang and Councillor Nan's comments about integration with other strategies, but just adding my tally to that. I do specifically have a question though. The plan is framed around a 10-year strategy. I heard a lot that it's a changing downtown and we're trying to build resiliency. How are we, so two questions in here, and that's my only topic is kind of on this idea of change. So one is it's hot today, it's going to be a lot hotter 10 years from now. As we're thinking about setting people's expectations and engaging, the Lancaster Student Union, I think, did a great job in their delegation. We provide the evidence of what students are telling us today, but we also think a little bit about what are they maybe not saying or what's not top of mind today, but that's still within the purview. How are we identifying kind of some of those long-term changes? Heat's maybe an example to use. And the other piece of this is when change does happen, construction notably, I'm a walker as well, big disruptions. If this is a 10-year strategy of change, the plan may not actually be realized until 15, 20 years after those changes come into place. And so those pedestrian corridors that we're trying to build, et cetera, may be broken or at various moments not intact. And so just wondering how residents' expectations are being set around change, and then how is specifically the change of the plan being thought about, given it's such a long-term plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, I don't think you could have asked more difficult questions. I think in terms of the change, some of the change can be forecasted, say climate. We know that the city might be experiencing X, Y, Z. So in terms of infrastructure, we might look at certain responses. That's one trend. In terms of population, I don't think anyone could have predicted the pandemic. So I think I personally am very careful in trying to articulate behavior, future behavior. But we have some very, very strong ingredients here, and I really appreciate the presentation from the student union representatives, because that's a major building block for the future, and how the university sees itself evolve has impacts on the city. And in terms of construction, yes, I also noticed that there are a lot of plans that are meant to physically disrupt this environment. And whether you're a pedestrian or drive a car or use public transit, you're going to have some very significant disruption if there's so there's a need to think about how to alleviate some of the stressors in order for the city to continue to evolve. You don't want to come in and basically snuff any energy, positive energy that is being built because you have a major project underway. And many of these major projects are absolutely necessary, for sure. But we have to realize it will have very significant impacts on people's livelihood.
Thanks, and just following up on that through the chair. So as we're building out phases of this project, then is that something where disruption might be something within the plan, like as not an outcome, but as something that's going to happen along the way that's worth planning for, talking about, setting expectations around? Is that something we can expect to see in future iterations, something about that, or is it too soon? I'm just looking for you to set our expectations about where that's going to fall in the next steps.
Thank you, and through the chair. Yes, in terms of managing expectations, the purpose of this strategy is to serve as guideposts and levers. So it can't anticipate everything, and it can't control everything that might happen in the next 10 years. But being aware of disruption is critical because we are at the same time going to be encouraging some changes. That's one thing. Second thing, there are very immediate small things that can be done that will make a difference. So we will try to identify or highlight that level of urgency of potential immediate impact that I think will be very helpful. But you should not anticipate a strategy that replicates all the other strategies. You should not anticipate a strategy that goes into the minute details of everything that needs to be done. It's a guiding document.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pauls.
And thank you. Mine is concerning, I don't know if you heard, I don't know if you live in Hamilton or not.
I do not.
You don't. Have you heard we have two cities, Upper Mountain, Lower Mountain? And my question is to you, when you did the pop-up at Lime Ridge, I went there and we sort of wanted to get people engaged, and they weren't that much engaged because it's talking about downtown. Did you see, first of all, what percentage did the survey there? And the vision of the upper, and when I say upper, I don't mean just, Ward 6, 7, 8, 14, I mean Ancaster, all the outer skirts as well. Were they a different type of ideas than the ones that live downtown, where they have really a stakeholder? They live here, they're a community, they eat downtown, they entertain downtown. So really we have two different cities. Can you tell me the difference?
Sure, through the chair. We're working through the data right now on the surveys and what percentage and where people live, so we don't have that at the moment. But as far as my having been at Lime Ridge and talked to people and some of the other pop-ups that were outside of the downtown, the wants were more about, again, coming back to that sense of safety in coming downtown. I think there was a common recognition that downtown is their downtown as the city, but that they, at least the people I talked to, but they were more concerned on the aspects of getting into downtown. There were actually a few people we talked to who, while they live in the mountain, they work downtown. They were in one of the office towers downtown. So that was an important recognition of how some of the people in the mountain interact with the downtown as a place of work. And so they expressed some of their concerns around safety, about the transportation mechanisms to get into and out of the downtown, but sharing some of the commonalities with people living downtown is that want that when they come downtown that they'd like to stay and do more downtown when they are here, but that they didn't feel that that was something that they could do right now.
Okay, so I've engaged quite a few people in my ward. I'm Ward 7, and what they're telling me is there's no parking downtown. Why would I go downtown, and how do I get there? They have a car. Where do they park? And that was one of the concerns. And congestion, they just cannot. Even if they work downtown, they can't wait to go back up on the mountain. And also, on the mountain, there's way more people. If you consider Ancaster, Binbrook, all that, we have way more people up on the mountain than downtown. So can you, how do we see the downtown with the parking issue as well?
So through the chair, I agree. Through the engagement we did, parking was a very common item. I do preface it a little bit with that the downtown will never be on par with a suburban environment for the ability to park. Having said that, are there things that we could be doing to make that experience easier or to better utilize the supply of parking that we do have downtown? Some comments were heard around the difficulty in terms of wayfinding with parking when coming in on major routes within the downtown, and just knowing where to go exactly for that parking was a common piece of feedback that we heard. So that's an example where our strategy could start to focus in on wayfinding, not just for pedestrians coming off the LRT line or from other tourist attractions and the GO stations, but also wayfinding in terms of people driving into the downtown and how to efficiently get them to a place that they feel comfortable to park and explore the downtown.
And when you did your engagement on not downtown, because obviously if you're downtown at the farmer's market or where people live, you would have more people. Do you have how many really were engaged, let's say in Lime Ridge or somewhere up on wherever else you went? The 13, I don't know them all.
It really varied. Yeah. I mean, Art Crawl was through the roof with engagement.
Well, that's
because it was a lot of people. Some events we did, like the Open Doors Hamilton at Whitehorn, actually had quite a few tourists from outside the city coming and talking about downtown. From Mississauga, particularly for some reason that day. And then Lime Ridge, it was a lot of passive traffic. People were shopping. It was a Saturday, so we did have, good interaction with people. Was it as many as I would have liked to have come? Probably not. But we did try and make an effort to talk to everyone that came through the space. About downtown, because it was a space that was not just for our project, but for multiple projects being engaged on at the city there.
I'm really concerned when we looked at the online survey, 300, our city is a big city. We have, over 650,000 people now, and it's growing. Within 10 years, we might have 1 million, not in 2050. And time goes like this. So I'm just wondering, what's your, how are you going to get people to really engage? Because it seems like the people that engage always seem to be the same people because they're involved in it. They've done it once and they could do it again. How do we get people really engaged to listen? In your words, you said we want to hear the people's voices. How do we get the people's voices?
That's probably the $1 million question on our end, quite frankly. We've put forward what I think is a very strong effort at the moment. I would say that in terms of some of the feedback we've gotten, there is a in certain areas, I would say there is a somewhat defeated feeling around downtown. And I think we have a challenge as far as trying to bring back that sense of want and engagement to support downtown. And I think that's where some of the conversation around some of the feelings of abandonment and things of that nature need to be, we'll need to be creative about how we engage with people. I don't have a full answer, but it is top of mind for us. I don't know if Christophe has.
Yes, through the chair, I mean, there are consultants that make a living out of figuring out how to reach out to people. I think our efforts are primarily driven by the idea of going where people are and engaging with people who have their feet on the ground, experiencing what they need to experience, and we will continue to do that. But I do want to stress one point, is that the idea of hearing from the people is not just the result of a technique and a method, and which is what we bring. So there are all sorts of other considerations, and Phil alluded to the idea of feeling like they're being heard and that they're not doing this for the umpteenth time with no expected result coming out of it. So it is part of the challenge, which is a challenge that we can only address up to a point. Because the delivery of things is not our domain. Our domain is to create the foundation. So we will continue to make those efforts to reach out, to meet people where they are. But in terms of who turns up, that's very difficult to resolve.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you. If you'll allow me just a little comment on this interest and engagement. It is somewhat ironic. I feel your pain. It's very difficult and challenging. At municipal elections, we're batting maybe 36 to 38% of engagement at election time. So I think in setting our expectations and our demands, we should be looking inward and maybe having that discussion more broadly and more intentionally around this horseshoe on all things. If I may, through you, I think you've been asked and answered a little bit about the perception of abandonment. If I could just make sure I understand it, though, it is looking at space and it looks like it hasn't been cared for. Or could you elaborate? And I'll ask you the same question about the experience of disconnect, so I fully understand what you mean. Thank you.
Okay. So in terms of abandonment, yes, I mean, the space itself, there is that perception and experience of a place that is not cared for. The graffiti program is an important one, but there are other aspects that are more perhaps related to public works or parks or whatnot that shape the first contact with the city. So there is space, but there is also the perception of not being heard. And that's a range of issues. So not being heard and not feeling like when things are said and communicated, there's a result that comes out of it. That's part of the experience of feeling that sense of abandonment. And in terms of the disconnect, it's why it is related to this is because there are so many initiatives. Like I have to stress how dynamic the groups are that care and invest their time and their resources and everything they have in this place. It's real. So you do have a lot to build with and from, but that misalignment or that perception of not being supported, not being encouraged, not having an easy way towards a solution, an outcome, an action, and that's the relationship with the city administration, the bureaucratic environment. That's what that feeling of disconnect means. And when I spoke to many individuals in the administration, it could be a range of things, and that's what will be interesting to pay attention to in the next phase, is how these initiatives are finding a connecting point in the city administration or not in order to deliver results. But that idea of disconnect is really, I'm doing something and no one's helping me, to put it very, very bluntly.
I think one of my colleagues said they were just going to be frank or blunt in their questions. So now it's my turn. Through the chair to you, in your consultation, particularly in this idea of two distinct cities, did you receive any feedback perhaps from people living either outside the downtown or perhaps inside the downtown, that there are different expectations that come from being in the city. If I could give an example, I found it interesting during the heated discussion about encampments. Often when speaking with people who lived outside the lower city, their solution to affordable housing, mental health and wellness and treatment was the location for the best place to do that was always downtown. I was wondering if you could offer any feedback, whether you heard anything similar of that.
Well, I can't speak on the specifics of Hamilton. This is, it's not unusual for downtowns to concentrate services, to concentrate the type of activities that support individuals in need of a home or in need of all sorts of help. That being said, it's not necessarily helpful to concentrate things. And that's something that we've seen in other cities. And when you wish to engage the entire city in finding a solution, it's often helpful to find the best places that don't concentrate the same type of services. And the other point I'll make is that downtowns are not for everyone in terms of life experience. Urban individuals are much more comfortable with certain behaviors, certain designs, certain all sorts of things that may be less comfortable for people who don't regularly interact with urban environments.
No, absolutely. If I have time for one additional question, and if it's, maybe this is not the time for it, because there's been reference made to seeking assurance that we're looking at existing plans and incorporating other priorities. If I could ask a question to the city manager. It has been a constant refrain of my downtown colleague, and I think he's absolutely right in this regard, that often our budget is allocated as if the downtown is like all the other places. And yet we're seeing and hearing a consensus around this table that it's actually not. So if I could use one example, glad to hear that you're a walker, as am I. You can't know a city unless you walk a city. 5%, I think, of, we allocate sidewalk remediation budget typically equally, but we know that in the downtown, there's a greater number of people who walk out of necessity, out of choice. How might this document affect some of our budget opportunity decisions? Through the chair.
So through the chair, thank you for the question, and it's something that senior leadership team has been speaking about a lot. Not just in regards to the downtown, but with an equity lens placed on it as well from an idea perspective. So we do think that this will inform our budget process. I can't say definitively today what that looks like. That's part of this process, but it is something that we need to look at. Even right now, we're speaking about, before the outcome, about the need to invest in the downtown in a meaningful way that addresses many of the concerns, because it is our heartbeat. So what I can commit to you today is that we are considering that. This will inform that, and we'll come back at the appropriate point with how that will inform the budget process.
Excellent, thank you. If I could be put back on just for when comments are, the time for comments. Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Quirk.
I'm a little concerned that we're not getting a true perspective of residents of Hamilton. We had many residents. Sorry. Oh. I'll get closer. Thank you. Put the time back on.
You got it.
Starting to sound like Biden. Put the time back on. It just came into my head. It's the weird reference. You can tell I'm political. I'm sorry. What was I asking? Yeah. My ward is not unlike Councillor Paul's ward. I have Ward 9, I have numerous town halls, several public meetings, always reaching out to the community, and I listen. They don't go downtown. Categorically, the vast majority don't want to go downtown. They don't want to go to the restaurants. They know the restaurants are there. Now we've lost a ton of restaurants in downtown because the amount of customer base has dropped dramatically in the last 2-3 years. They see downtown as it being dirty. This is the perception, and they simply do not want to go there. So if we're only hearing from folks who are willing to walk up to you, then we're not hearing from the residents of the city of Hamilton. And there would need to be a much larger survey with a much larger audience in the hopes that you wouldn't start to see the 20-30% response that you would expect from those types of surveys. What I hear from residents in Hamilton, well, actually, what I heard from business leaders who came here, they basically said that downtown Hamilton had a dystopian view, that it was on palliative care. And they were really concerned. And since that time, several of those business leaders have now left downtown because it didn't change. So we're talking about a 10-year strategy, and residents that live in downtown and residents that would like to go to those restaurants in downtown, they're asking, why 10 years? What are you going to do now to help fix the problem? Because they're not going to come down. And if we don't have people who are willing to spend dollars in downtown, then all of the work that we're doing with the District Entertainment Center, all of that is at risk if we can't clean up downtown. So I'm frustrated. A 10-year plan, that's what I'm supposed to tell them. We're going to get to it in 10 years. We can't. There has to be some urgency into the work that is needed to build this city downtown so that where it was 8-10 years ago is where we get it back to and we begin to thrive again. Comments, please.
Thank you, through the chair. Your points are extremely valid, and we heard those comments through business owners and through people who have all sorts of other activities that were once thriving downtown. We heard that. And I'll stress the point that it's not just about perception. Many individuals experienced some of the more difficult parts of downtown. Which is why I pointed out earlier to a comment from one of your fellow councillors that the future, there's a limit to how much one can predict the future, but there are elements of urgency that can be addressed now. So the mandate is 10 years, but there are actions that will be feasible and necessary now, and that's what we're hoping to provide you with. And more importantly, if we can provide you a tool that concentrates everyone's attention and priorities, that's, I think, something that will help answer the concerns that you've just raised about what are we doing now. In terms of listening to a broader audience, like we are willing to be receptive, of course, and as I said, we've heard some of these comments and they are absolutely part of the mix. But the mix is complex. And the city, the downtown is an ecosystem. It is connected to the rest of the city. And people not coming here because of experience or perception is something that needs to be looked at. And hopefully we will find those immediate actions that will help address that.
And I'll maybe just add as well through the chair. there has been a bit of a misnomer in the population when we talk to people around the 10 years, and that the end result of this is 10 years from now. What we've really committed to is that this strategy will outline a number of actions that are set over a certain time period within that 10 years. So there will be short-term actions, medium, long-term. And the whole reason we're kind of expediting this project on such a tight time frame as we are is to really show that we are serious and taking action in order to deliver results for downtown. It's a conversation that's happened a few times where the 10 years is not meant to be that you should expect to see some change in 10 years from now. No, there will be actions that we will be taking that will lay the foundation early on in order to build upon over those 10 years to further the success of downtown.
The other thing that I think it's important that we address and not leave it on the sidelines is the crime that's occurring in downtown. And that's another aspect that is really scaring people. You just have to watch CH News or read The Spectator, and you hear about the crime, you hear about the violence, you hear about the shootings, and the violence and shootings happening all over the city. I've had 3 shootings in my ward alone. But predominantly, the statistics point to downtown. We hear, and I've heard from business leaders, we heard them here where they've lost employees. They will not come back to work because of what has happened in the store, with people coming in and trying to steal things and then pushing employees and threatening employees, all of that. These are things that we need the police to help us on. And fundamentally, if the employees don't feel safe working in a business in downtown, then how do I convince residents in my ward to go visit downtown and eat in some of our finer dining establishments? These are real things that can't wait, respectfully, 10 years to solve. And I don't know what the solution is, but I don't want to hide from the discussion of that. This is real. This is what I am hearing. This is related statistically. The police tell us these things. We get ward police crime reports. We see these things. I would assume that the communications would be that we want to address these things much sooner. Thank you.
The city manager want to make a comment on this?
Through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to say something. Your points are very well taken. We certainly are not sitting back and waiting. This 10-year strategy, thank you. This 10-year strategy is about building a plan over 10 years, but the actions must and are beginning today, and not just today. We have been taking actions already, and we are not there, but I would be remiss if I didn't point out some of the activities that are occurring, like there is increased foot patrol in the downtown that the police are working on. There are outreach groups from city staff working with business owners and the community. There are efforts with the BIA to transform certain areas. There are new cleanup protocols. There's been increased cleaning. And so I'm just naming a few, but our intent has been, and it continues to be, to bring a report and presentation forward so that this council and the public knows of the many, many activities that have been underway and continue. You need a strategy and you need a long-term transformation, but we also need these immediate actions that we have begun to take. So thanks for the opportunity to tell you that.
Okay, Councillor Quirk, you still have the floor if you'd like.
No, I appreciate the city manager's comments, and having that information sooner rather than later is very important. My colleague to my left has mentioned many times about perception. And people get perception from what they read, from what they hear, from what they see. Much of it is rumor, but it's happening and it's damaging the reputation of this city in downtown. And if we don't tackle those issues, and not just tackle them,
make sure the public is aware that you're tackling them, then you're doing a disservice to all the businesses and all the people who live in downtown. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Your worship, did you want to speak for a second time?
Yes, thank you. I take notes with my phone because I can't write, but so just excuse me for a minute while I pull the notes up that I took. It's one is really appropriate for this moment. Are we going to go to the staff report and do something separate? Are we doing all the questions now? I don't know the answer to that. But what I would ask, it's kind of following up on some of the comments around engagement with other organizations, other plans, I guess is the right way to say it. Other plans that we have as a city, how those things need to be integrated. But the downtown is also host to some pretty big organizations. And I'm not just talking about the entertainment district. I know you're already engaged there. But I'm talking about, for example, Hamilton Health Sciences, St. Joseph's Hospital, the YMCA, the YWCA. Those organizations, I would imagine, also have 10-year plans or are working on plans for the future or are in the midst of their plans. And so are you reaching out to those institutions because they do have an impact in many ways on our downtown?
Through the chair, absolutely. We've had one-on-one meetings with the YWCA, the YMCA, and the hospitals were represented at a roundtable discussion that we had, and we'll be coming back to them as we develop the strategy. So we are looking to really engage with those anchor institutions in the downtown, because you're right, they do have their own plans, and it's part of the effort of looking at the partnerships that can come out of this as to how we can work together to utilize our mutual resources to achieve things for the downtown together.
To make sure there's some integration, like sight lines. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Maureen Wilson for a second time. Councillor Kretsch for a second.
I think we're both just wanting to make comments when the report's on the floor. We don't have questions for the delegates, if I heard Councillor Maureen Wilson and myself correctly. So we're going to make comments when the report's on the floor.
That's the case on the roadmap here. It's to receive these items and then comment on them, on the specifics of the report. Is there a motion to receive this? Moved by Kretsch, seconded by her worship. All in favor? Are we procedurally correct?
Deputy Mayor, you did have a mover and a seconder, Mayor Horvath.
Right, I did.
And
Yeah,
Councillor
that's right.
Pauls. So it was just to vote on it being
I
received.
did the right thing and thought I did the wrong thing and forgot I
You're
did the
fine.
right thing. Yeah. Okay, we're good then. Okay. All right, so the report is open for specific comment. Yeah, please. I know what it's like to be on your feet a lot.
Thanks. I wanted to make a few comments, partly in response to the fact that this is even happening in the first place, but also in some of my colleagues' choices of words. I think that everyone who lives downtown, comes downtown, works downtown, knows we're facing challenges here. It's not the first time either that downtown has faced challenges. When we design downtowns in an imbalanced way that doesn't also look at the needs of the people who live in downtowns, we see from studies that about 20 to 30 years, every 20 to 30 years, there's a cycle of downturn in those downtowns because they're not designed for the people who live in them. Downtown Hamilton's no exception. Anyone who's sitting around here pretending that it's just the encampment protocol or just things that are happening with housing and homelessness that are preventing the downtown from reaching its peak or being a place everybody wants to be, need only to think back to the conversation we had in the budget about underpasses, where I recall at least one of my colleagues was surprised in a way that that level of service wasn't being maintained in the first place, when all they had to do was walk a block and a half to find out and see on that very day the pigeon feces, the dead birds, the condition, the lighting, netting. Still have people reaching out to me saying, looking forward to seeing those other underpasses being taken care of all along Hunter Street. Because we're only talking about really that day, one or two. And so the conditions here that are lived by the people who experience them every day are much different than the perception. Both things matter, right? So it's important for us to be able to talk about, like the city manager said, what we're doing successfully. If we don't get that message out there and let people know what's happening, You're right, it will discourage people from wanting to come downtown. It will keep people away from downtown if we don't tell them what we're doing. If they're not hearing from friends or family saying, hey, I was downtown, had a great time, which, by the way, I hear all the time from people. So we're hearing different things. I understand that. That makes sense. One of the things that we're told, though, and we learned from studies, and I think every small business study on this subject is pretty unanimous, everyone at the BIA says the same thing. The way for businesses to thrive is having a population of people who live downtown and for businesses who serve the people who live downtown, period. It's shown us over the last century that doing it another way or catering a business downtown for people who don't live downtown will cause that business to eventually fail or not be able to continue on. We're seeing that happen all over the place downtown. I've had conversations with business owners directly, them saying, you know what, we have a product or service we've offered. We've done this for a long time. We get that it's not necessarily what's wanted by the folks downtown right now, so we get that that's not a thing that's happening. We don't want to change our business, and it's okay. It's kind of phasing out. We get that. That's a challenge, a real thing faced by businesses. When you walk around downtown, you see a lot of inconsistency right now. We see that there are lots of businesses that are really thriving and doing well. And there are some kind of next door to them, sometimes down the block, that aren't. Why? We're going through a transition downtown. And number two, we're also recovering from the pandemic still. And we will be for a long time, by the way. Everybody who's written on the subject says we're going to feel the impacts of that for a while. It's not going to recover. Perfect example, Hamilton Farmers Market. During the pandemic, we had a really rough time. It's starting to recover. We had the chair here. Sorry, I'm the chair. We had the manager of the farmers market here to speak to that recently and talked about how the foot traffic is starting to go up and things are starting to get better. So it's going to be that way for a while, and we're going to keep doing what we can do. We are starting to do some things. We have done things over the last few years to make things better. I have heard from downtown residents that they care about these things, that they're seeing improvements, that things are getting better. I just don't want anyone in this room to think that this is all happening because of some term of council priorities or in a moment in time. These things don't happen by accident. They don't happen as a reflex. They happen as a consequence of decades of decision making. I'm looking forward to seeing how the budget will start to say, hey, downtown is a place we all seemingly really care about. And we all think is a special place or a unique place or a place that's different than other places in our city that requires a specific amount of attention. Great. It also needs money to be able to do some of the things that people want to see, to raise the service levels up. That's going to have to be an investment this council makes. We can't talk about how much we want to do it without actually showing up with the money to make sure we support those things to happen. And I will say this last thing, which is I encourage all my colleagues to get out and walk around downtown if you haven't done it lately, because I think that the experiences you're hearing about sometimes are not matching up with the experiences that I see every day here, right? Yes, there are tough things. Yes, there are beautiful things. And that's what makes downtowns. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson and then Her Worship. Her
Thank you.
Worship first.
Sure. Yep. Sure.
Mine says Kretsch Kassar, Councillor Kassar.
Okay.
We'll go by the computer. You're on.
Okay, just a brief comment, just listening, and I'm really glad we're having this conversation. And I just wanted to briefly address Deputy Mayor, the horizon and the concern. I agree, we need to be doing something quickly. We need to do many things quickly. I just want to reiterate an observation I brought back from the Strong Towns Conference last year when I spoke to it. Strong Towns, which is an organization, nonprofit that speaks to how to build cities, a big focus on municipal finance, but it's focused on how to improve cities and 4 steps for public investment in improving a downtown. Humbly observe where people in the community struggle. I think we're doing that. That's part of this work. We all have our own experiences. Number 2, ask the question, what's the next smallest thing we can do to address that struggle? So that speaks to what Councillor Clark was talking about. What can we do now? Number 3, do that thing and do it right now. And then 4, repeat. So those are things that we have in our control, and as we're going through the budget and we're talking about downtown and policies, I think we need to keep that in mind. Thanks.
Rinse and repeat, right? Right on, okay. Councillor Wilson, and then Her Worship.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, really appreciate this discussion and the work to date. I know it has been intentional. I'll offer my view at this time. Agree with my colleague, Councillor Kretsch. It is cyclical. We haven't been here before. I am old enough to know that not too long ago, but maybe too long ago, former Hamilton Mayor Bob Morrow was pleading because at the time the Sheridan was threatening to pull out of downtown Hamilton. Hamilton's downtown was struggling. So this is not new, but there are some constants. One, we didn't get here by accident. This is a culmination of policy choices, often infused by some biases of what downtown should be and who it should serve. Two, talking about abandonment and testing the fever, if you will, and the opinion of people who live downtown. If you go and look at your archives at the Hamilton Spectator, there was a petition of 900 business people in the downtown in 1957, 900 signatures, in which they said, "We, the undersigned, deeply disturbed by the impact of one-way traffic on the key arteries of Hamilton, are begging you to reverse this decision. It's killing and has killed small business along King and Main." The mayor at the time and the leaders of the time said, "We don't need to listen to any armchair experts." This has been an ongoing saga of downtown. Drive through it, drive by it, so we can get somewhere better, different. Downtown is going to come back by continuing to do those small things, but to continuing, first and foremost, it is a neighborhood, a series of neighborhoods. And the future of its restaurants, the future of its spaces, and depend on us ensuring that people want to live downtown. Because that's the competitive advantage of being in a downtown, being close to cultural amenities, being able to walk to work, being able to jump quickly on transit. Those sorts of things you can only get in such an urban space. So history has the lessons of history are before us in this community. If we choose to ignore it, we're going to continue to have a downtown that doesn't, is walking against the wind when we don't need it to be. Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor McMeekin. I'm not going to be belaboring the point, but I do want to express my heartfelt belief that the city, its heart is the downtown, and that notwithstanding the fact that there are many different communities, we are a city of many communities. We aren't two cities, we're not 4 or 6 cities, we are one city of several communities. And all of those communities, I think, acknowledge that the downtown of our city writ large is a place that needs to have focus and attention, and particularly now. And so I'm very grateful that we're having this conversation, because what we're seeing is some really different factors at play in our downtown right this minute. So yes, we see some smaller businesses turning over. We also see massive investment in our downtown. When you drive on any street, but when you walk, it's a different experience for sure. But even driving down King Street, going westbound, obviously, the streetscape has changed considerably. The number of buildings that you see when you walk around has changed considerably, whether that's King Street, whether that's down at Houston and John, where those buildings are currently being built, whether that's James Street South, Augusta, King William, Houston Street, and many, many, many more, Main Street. The investment is coming. The people are coming in terms of housing in those units, maybe not so many condos being sold at this point, but appropriately, some of those buildings are being converted to rental, or they're being determined to be rental units as opposed to condo units because rental units have been lacking in our city, and this serves a need and a purpose. It responds to the market. I would also want to say that with the investment that's coming, it also puts an obligation and responsibility on all of us, on the councillors and on our community and on our staff. I mean, we have to make sure that as we're welcoming this investment and these people, that we're partners in the creation of community spaces and community activities that people feel positive about because it's in their neighborhood, even though their neighborhood is a downtown neighborhood. So yes, amenities, park space, recreation space, these kinds of things are important. And on that note, it's important not only for people who live here, but then to invite people who don't live in the downtown to come here. And I think that's the crux of the matter that we're having when it comes to the vastness of our city and what some of the councillors have shared in terms of the, the disconnect, if you will, between folks who live in their wards versus closer to the downtown. As our entertainment district renews and we get the hotel spaces built, which are coming as part of the longer vision, we will have people in our downtown. And I want to say it's important, as I think was Councillor Kretsch mentioned, things are already changing. This morning, when I came to work, even though I didn't walk, which I should have, there was a family walking on the corner of Bay and Aberdeen. There was maybe 5 or 6 of them, maybe it was 2 families, I don't know. But some folks might know there's a beautiful house on the southwest corner in that intersection. And they stopped, and the people were, the parents were pointing out the features of this historic home, and they had their cameras out, or their phones, and they were taking pictures. I've seen myself an increase in pedestrian activity, not only in the downtown proper, but in the neighborhoods that feed the downtown. Even this morning, again, to Councillor Kretsch's point about the underpasses, the underpass walkways under the infrastructure. On James Street South, there were people walking under there, and I thought right away of the environment that they were walking in. And then they come up to the other side onto James Street South, where there are all kinds of interesting things happening. So it's about the connectivity, absolutely, but it doesn't happen by accident, and I think that's the takeaway here. We have responsibility, I believe, to foster that change and to ensure that it's happening immediately, and that we build a bigger picture, yes, but that we also take the time to recognize the changes that are happening right now that we should be proud of, frankly, because we are doing some of that facilitation work already. Our staff are working hard with local organizations and community to bring forward more activation. And I just want to say, I got in my calendar, the Downtown Hamilton BIA is starting a new event called Park Crawl. So for folks who are interested in seeing what's going on in the downtown, it's a new activity, but it's activating 2 different parks. One is the John Rebecca Park, and the other is the Gore Park area. And the activities are for families as well as for adults. So it's quite an interesting acknowledgement, I think, that the downtown needs to be for all people, families, individuals, young people, old people, adults, everyone. So I can provide that information if you'd like, if you want to come downtown and see what some of the activations are. I know there's stuff happening on King William Street. I think that if we as councillors don't know, and as mayor don't know what's going on in our downtown, we can't invite people in our areas either to come downtown. So I'd put that back on our councillors. You all have your newsletters and things like that. It might be good to start promoting and advertising our downtown. Last thing is, yes, there's a perception that there's a lot of shootings in our downtown. As mayor, I can say I'm horrified by the amount of shootings that we're having writ large in our city. There's a problem. It's not just one part of our city that's experiencing this terrifying problem, and I'm grateful to the Hamilton Police Service for what they are doing to try to address that negativity in our city. I want to share that it's unfortunately happening in many cities, and there's been some proactive work being done by particularly Brampton and the mayor there to try to address the crime issues that are hitting our bigger cities and our smaller towns now too. Thank you.
Thanks for the affirmation of the affirmations. Councillor Francis for a first time.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate the opportunity to share my perspective from a ward that's outside of downtown. People don't come downtown because council made it a massive pain to get here. There's less parking, there's worse traffic flow, lights are out of sync. Council decisions made it hard to get here, and then we act surprised that nobody shows up. I hear it all the time from my residents just how increasingly difficult it is to get here downtown. We need to start simply by fixing the basics and making it easier for folks to get downtown again. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark for a second time.
I really appreciate, Deputy Mayor, all of the comments that I've heard from my colleagues. And I think it's been done in a manner that is befitting a civil and respectful governance structure, which we should always strive to be. While I'm hearing all of the great things that are happening in downtown, I'm also hearing from the businesses that are leaving downtown because of the crime. I'm hearing from the business leaders who feel that they have been abandoned in downtown. They don't necessarily blame the council. They're simply stating a fact that when they call for help, help does not come. When someone's in their store ransacking their stuff and they call, the person leaves before the police get there. The panhandling that is occurring on their street, that is not just the kind, gee, can you spare a dime? It's aggressive panhandling. The businesses complain about that. I could go on. We've heard them here. They've come here. They've shared their concerns. The loss of employees. Absolutely, there are good things happening. I'm not stating that there isn't. But until we tackle those primary issues, we're going to continue to have a dearth of businesses in downtown and a dearth of people visiting downtown. All I'm asking is that we acknowledge it. It is a legitimate concern that is being raised by legitimate business people operating in our city, some of which are now leaving, some of which have already left. So again, to the 10-year plan, wonderful, fantastic. What's the next 6 months going to be? Because that's what I'm hearing from residents in my ward. What are you doing about it today? Just keep that in mind, please, folks, as we go through this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And that was kind of what Councillor Cassar was getting at. What's the simplest thing we can do as quickly as possible and repeat? And we just reference that because I think that builds on what you were saying, Councillor Clark, as well. Yeah. So I need some assistance here, some procedural management, please. It's 1 o'clock. I think we've exhausted this item. We could go on and do we could do the next item and then break for lunch, or we could.
Chair, there's one more speaker and it's me.
Oh, you just appeared just now. On the Councillor Taddison, go ahead.
All that kerfuffle.
My apologies.
I almost forgot what I was going to say now.
I keep glancing back and forth, but didn't see you there until just now.
Yeah, I would just like to say, and speaking on behalf of the people that I represent in Glanbrook, we're all for a better downtown. And their tax dollars, they say, they see lots and lots being poured in other sections of the city and so forth. And I say those are advantages that, we need to have a strong core and build outwards and so forth. And I think the way that I look at how I'd like our city to run is happy parts, happy whole. Why can't we meet the needs of everywhere and focus on those needs and look at those needs, and then the people in those wards would be more willing to support initiatives here to make our city a great city, which it is in the process of becoming. We're just not there yet, and we're going through those growing pains, but there is significant investment. I also want to express that Hamilton's not the center of poverty. Hamilton's not the center of issues. Every city experiences what we're experiencing here in Hamilton. We need to get out of our myopic view that Hamilton only has these problems. Everywhere has these problems. Everywhere is dealing with these problems differently. Let's look jurisdictionally at, and this is what this report does. It helps us to see that vision that we need to become. I believe in the vision. I'm going to put forth in that vision. It does take action. Things do take time. It can't all happen overnight. But you need to chunk it, and you need to see progress of where we're going to have some SMART goals set. What can we meet in 6 months? What can we meet in a year? What can we meet in 5 years? And then we have to meet those goals. And that needs to be shared publicly. And I think that this kind of outlines that, but I think it needs to be very clear and very succinct. And we have to control the narrative as opposed to the press controlling the narrative about getting the message out about how great Hamilton is. You heard the young lady speak today from McMaster about all the great things that we have going on here. But if we're going to focus on, the 5% of issues that dominate, I feel, and I get it, I'm a man, I feel very safe walking around all parts of my city. My family, my community, we come down, we frequent restaurants in the downtown core. We go to Theater Aquarius. We enjoy movies at, where are we talking about now? Next door here, sorry. Lloyd E. Jackson Square, sorry, things change names. Yeah, the downtown movie theaters. We come down, I feel safe. I feel just as safe walking here as I do in Westdale, as I do in Stony Creek, as I do in Flamborough. Yes, we have a concentration of issues down here, but those are where the services are. I guess my point is, in the big picture, I think Hamilton's on the way to becoming a great city. We're not going to be a megatropolis like Toronto. We're not going to be New York City or anything, but find our identity inside of Canada where we can be all that we can be. One last point I want to make here is that really, when I'm expressing the needs of the entire city, let's look at those seriously and let's take action and make the people in the outer wards feel like their opinions are valued and that their way of life is valued as well. We talked all today about rural living and so forth. Again, for me, out in my area, what do I hear about? Safe, good roads, and we want rec centers in our rural areas, better access. So I know that presents different challenges than poverty and so forth, but you know what? Those realities are what I exist with out here. We can all work together. Let's do it. But again, don't forget that in running a city, you have to make all parts happy in order for it to work cohesively together. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So many great ideas being expressed in the last hour or so. I hope someone's taking notes. Well, but the notes can guide us if we can recall what it is we all raised. I'll call the question. Lunchtime. Call the question. Those in favor of receiving the report? We did that. I thought we did, yep. Okay, so now some procedural management. You want to go on with the next item? Lunch, okay. 40-minute break for lunch? Mover? Do you want to move a 20-minute break for lunch? Okay. I think there's a consensus for let's put 30 on and see if there's a majority for that. 30 minutes. Carried. Okay. See you at 1:35. 1:35? Yep.
Good, okay, thank you. So item 7.5 is a presentation, Hamilton's Biodiversity Action Plan. And we have two presenters, Jennifer Allen and Shona Hazelman. Please, Jennifer and Shona. The floor is yours. You know the routine. If you don't, we'll get the clerk to explain it to you.
Staff and public in attendance. My name is Jennifer Allen. I'm a Planner 1 with the Sustainable Communities section in the Planning Division. Today I'm joined with Shona Hasselman, Senior Program Coordinator in the Parks Operations section of the Public Works Department. So today we will be presenting the first annual update for the Hamilton's Biodiversity Action Plan. This is a joint report between Planning and Public Works staff to provide an update on the actions of the Biodiversity Action Plan that are either led or supported by the city. So what is the Biodiversity Action Plan? The action plan was adopted by Council on June 26, 2024. It is a multi-partner plan created in collaboration with the BAP working group comprised of different organizations in Hamilton, and all the partners are listed on the screen. So the Bay Area Restoration Council, Hamilton Conservation Authority, Coutts-to Escarpment, Hamilton Naturalists Club, Green Venture, McMaster University, City of Hamilton, and Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority. The plan contains a total of 68 strategic actions needed to protect and enhance the biodiversity within Hamilton and create a Hamilton that is resilient to climate change impacts, protects nature, and provides a healthy environment for all life. The actions are organized into 4 goals: protect, explore, connect, and restore, and into 7 key priorities. And the actions are to be undertaken by the working partners over 5 years, although each action has a targeted time frame.
The annual report was a recommendation of the Planning and Public Works Joint Report presented and submitted last June. This annual report provides an update on the status of the action items led or supported by the City of Hamilton. In order to track the progress and completion of the Biodiversity Action Plan actions, City staff created a tracking form that was made available to all the partners. Information from this tracking form was used to complete report PED 25-163 and its appendices. These appendices focused on actions led and supported by City staff, and partner organizations, as noted on the previous slide, will complete their own updates on actions that they are leading and supporting. City Council approved 1 new full-time equivalent position in the Planning and Economic Development Department and 4 full-time equivalent positions in the Public Works Department in the 2025 budget to ensure successful implementation and reporting on the departmental actions. The 4 positions for the Public Works Department are within the Environmental Services Division, 2 positions in the Landscape Architectural Services section, and 2 positions in the Parks section. As of today, 1 of the 4 positions has been filled, with the remaining 3 in internal approval process. The Biodiversity Action Plan outlines the expected role of the Biodiversity Action Plan Coordinator over the timeframe of the plan. The new full-time equivalent position in planning will act as the Biodiversity Action Plan Coordinator until the permanent role is filled. After this, the position will lead the completion of the Planning Division actions and support natural heritage policy-related special projects, which includes the review and update of the city's urban and rural Hamilton official plan, natural heritage system policies and mapping. The BAP coordinator position was posted on the city's job opportunities webpage on June 18th and will close today at 4 p.m. The City of Hamilton is the leading partner on 32 actions and a supporting partner on 24. The Planning and Economic Development Department leads 12 actions. The Public Works Department leads 19 actions, and the Finance and Corporate Services Department leads 1 action. Of the city-led actions, 14 have not yet been started. 15 actions are currently in progress, while 3 actions are complete. Of the city-supported actions, 14 actions are in progress, 9 actions are pending, and 9 actions are pending, 14 actions are in progress, and 1 action is complete. For the Public Works actions, 10 actions are in progress, 8 actions are pending, and 1 action is complete. Over the past year, Public Works has worked hard to increase biodiversity across our city, and our highlights for the last year are park staff supporting a local resident and the Hamilton Naturalist Club with in-kind support, project management and maintenance of a barn swallow bird structure and habitat that was installed at Johnson 2 Park in Dundas. And I'm happy to report that we actually have residents in that bird structure. A family moved in this spring. Horticulture staff created a 5-year framework to transform their current annual planting beds and turn them into perennial beds. These annual beds would be things like traffic islands. So 1 existing bed has been converted, and that totals a number of 483 square meters. Forestry staff hosted community tree planting events last year and installed approximately 6,775 trees within just those events. So obviously, forestry has planted a lot more trees, but for those events, they did quite a number. And having a lot of volunteers. Business programs staff expanded the Trillium Awards program to include natural pollinator-friendly gardens. And the Hamilton Water staff presented the Watershed Action Plan to Council last year. The plan was approved by you, and staff are currently in the implementation phase of the top 10 actions within the plan. I want to also say that this is a collaboration, not of partners or only partners, but of the city divisions and departments. So I'm happy to say that the Hamilton Water staff and forestry staff are actually collaborating on increasing biodiversity at stormwater facilities across the city. And so last year they completed the restoration work at 3 facilities.
And of the actions led by Planning Division or Planning Department, 5 actions are in progress, 6 actions are pending, and 1 action is complete. And some of the key highlights of the progress that we've made in the past year are the green standards and guidelines came into effect on January 1st, which completed Action 6.2. The green building standards were endorsed by Council on October 9th, 2024, with updates based on engagement with the Climate Change Action Committee presented to Planning Committee on April 29th, 2025, and staff will be reporting back on the green building standards on the implementation in Q4 of 2025, prior to the completion of Action 7.2. And the review and update of the yard maintenance bylaw for Action 7.10 is currently underway, and an Engage Hamilton page has been posted with information on the project and a survey for public input. So that concludes our presentation. Thank you for listening, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Really appreciate the update and understanding that without a coordinator, a lot of the administration, despite the hope of not siloing this, remains siloed until some of that comes in. So appreciate just all the data gathering, all the checking in with everyone, like how much work it takes to put that together. So I understand where we're at, and I don't think these are comments on this update, but I think there may be forward-looking comments to next year's update. Would it be possible if we have that coordinator to have the partner action and tracking presented either at the same meeting or similarly, or just have those touch points identified? I think I heard that partners will be reporting separately, just through you, Chair, wondering if there's a timeline for that report and maybe if in future years those could be harmonized to a similar report.
Through the chair, it was determined for this report that it would just be the city items, but if that's direction of council, we could have all partners report in one comprehensive report.
Thank you. I think just I'll say I would personally find it valuable, but understand why it wasn't the right decision for this update, because of especially given the city leadership on so many of these pieces. On the tracking piece as well, restoration is a big part of these actions, and I think it's a really exciting because it's the photos, you see the plants in the ground, it's you did something. It's not a policy level response, it's not a, we'll review a plan, we'll look at how we can change that roadway 10 years from now when the capital start. It's we did something today in your neighborhood to make it more beautiful, but also more biodiverse. When those stormwater facilities is the one that I tracked on, but whenever we're doing kind of restoration or enhancement, is there ability in annual reports to get a sense of what that involves, either through photo documentation or a little bit of a description of, what went on in a bigger detail? So just a little bit more, as we check off some of these actions and we get more and more done, a bit more of a celebration of how far we've come beyond just kind of a couple bullet points, but more like, what does this actually look like? Which communities are they in? Is something like that possible for future updates?
Through the chair, I just left it as a bullet point just for this. It does go through a larger process. Stormwater, so I have information from Hamilton Water. Stormwater management facilities under Hamilton Water's portfolio have established maintenance procedures and practices, including annual compliance inspections and routine sediment monitoring as required. These inspections support the ongoing maintenance programs, including an annual dredging initiative that contributes to maintaining water quality treatment performance and annual removal of some invasive plant species to support more native species growth. So the initiating the restoration effort to enhance vegetation conditions. This program is actually in its second year. It is the collaborative effort with the forestry team, and together they assess current planting conditions, compare them to approved planting plans if they're available, and develop updated planting plans in line with the city's landscape design guidelines for stormwater facilities. This year, they set a more ambitious target of 7 sites. At this time, I don't have the locations. There are a number that they're starting with, and hopefully we see that progress through the years.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, just kind of 2 quick ones more for me. And I think especially as that work goes on, it would be great to see kind of those before after. Just again, I think it's some of the things that are going to happen sooner in this plan as opposed to some of the things that are more later down the road. And so those quick wins. As we are looking to future years and moving forward, would it be possible for future, you've just read it out, I know, and the plan itself has kind of those actions when we're getting annual updates to get kind of a preview of goals for, say, so when we do this next year and we're at the end of year 2, ahead of year 3, would it be possible for this report to include some, here's what we're looking forward to, or here's what we're expecting to accomplish in year 3? Just so there's a bit more of a sense of how is the whole plan progressing. Is that some information that could be included? Again, future reporting, we're at the beginning stages here.
Through the chair, yeah, I think that is something we're planning for next year. I think because we are waiting for ththose positions, we'll have a much better idea as to the timelines and making sure they align.
Thank you, Chair. Those were all my questions. Really appreciate just the amount of work. I'd say, was that a couple of those events, planted a couple of those trees, like the collaboration in this plan is really, I think, speaks to is what makes it so important. as more resources come online, I think we can report a little bit more, but I think this is a really effective report at what's been up, and I think just more details in the future would be really helpful as we continue to check things off this list and move forward. But thanks so much to all the work that's not just happened, but is still underway. Thank you.
Okay, before we go any further, can I have a mover and a seconder to put both the receipt of the presentation and discussion of the report on the floor, please? Councillor Quark, Councillor Wilson, all those in favor, hand vote? Carried, okay, go ahead. So we now have Alex Wilson has spoken, Councillor Quark, followed by Taddison.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you for the comprehensive nature of the report, and it's very pleasing to see how far we have come already. When we're speaking of the stormwater management ponds and the management program, I would encourage a discussion as to what the policy is with regards to maintaining buffers around them, especially where there are neighborhood housing, because what I'm experiencing is that residents are very alarmed and concerned about ticks, and so they cut a swath of that property to try to protect their home from ticks. I can't fault them for that, but they may be unintentionally cutting through pollinators that are in there, and so if there was a dedicated buffer around all stormwater management ponds and then on the slopes of the ponds where the pollinators could be planted and would attract pollinators, I think it would be much more successful. I fear that we take a couple of steps forward and then we're losing because we're not really seeing what the concerns are from the residents. So just something that we can talk about and see if we can come up with a policy that would both protect the pollinating plants as well as provide a buffer for residents' properties. But other than that, I thought the report was fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Taddison.
I imagine that the question I'm going to have is going to basically show people the lens I see things through. So when I read stuff, this is what comes to mind. So you say here, we're creating a framework to transform current annual planting beds into perennial pollinator beds. The plan spans 5 years. Will we see savings in maintaining those beds now if we go to perennials as opposed to just having to have people plant continuously?
Through the chair, Cynthia Graham, Director of Environmental Services. So yes and no. In theory, perennial plants don't require growing every year, don't require planting and then removal. They still do require pruning and maintenance and weeding. So with the trial of converting some beds, we are going to take a look and see what the resource implications are, if there are efficiencies to be had, and then we can more comprehensively roll those out. The other thing that we're going to look at is what species are successful in some of these locations, because there is a lot of salt pressure, drought, and garbage that does impact those planting areas. So we'll be taking a look at all of that as part of our regular programs.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. I'm really excited to see the actions that have been taken so far. Love the update about the birds and they found a home there. It's wonderful. My question is about corporate facilities. And I'm going to pick on one specifically, namely the one we're in right now, and then City Hall property. And so when I look at the City Hall property, I know Cynthia and I had a walkabout to discuss this a little while back now, but one of the opportunities I see for the city is City Hall to be an exemplary, outstanding place where biodiversity thrives. I know right now we have that planting that we usually have in the front area, and we often see something decorative that's there. We have a magnolia tree in the back, but we have some species on the property that are not necessarily encouraging biodiversity. I think we have some traditional shrubbery here, for instance, that's in certain places that's not necessarily doing that. And I know we have some species of birds that are big fans of living here at City Hall, especially in the old holes, those metal holes, they nest in, the pigeons and the sparrows nest in them. How can we encourage more biodiversity at City Hall? How can we use this property as a showcase? So I'm just wondering if you have plans specifically connected to this property and what can be done here. It's a heritage property, which makes it unique, and I understand that, but there's a lot of concrete here. What can we do to make it better? And so I'm wondering if there's any thoughts on that.
Through the chair. So none of the actions in the Biodiversity Action Plan are specific to location. However, there are several that could be applied to inform actions that could be specific to City Hall. For an example, some of the non-native tree species, as they die or need to come down, we would look at replacing those with the more biodiverse native species that are maybe more suited for habitat, for biodiversity, and to help support those. With respect to specific interventions on facilities in particular, that's something that we would need to take a look at. Also, from a heritage perspective, we have lots of heritage buildings across our portfolio, but even going forward to looking at other facilities that the city owns and what we can do to support biodiversity and habitats and all of the good things included in this report in those locations as well.
Thanks. I'll just offer a final comment, which is I think that some of the most low-hanging fruit in this plan could be seen as projects at City Hall. I think that we have a lot of duplication here in terms of walking spaces, interlocking concrete spaces, dead spaces, spaces we don't use at all, actually. I think of the sort of mezzanine area over across from City Lab that's locked on two sides with a gate that I don't think I've ever seen used. It'll be used in the future for a couple of things I know about, but like rarely ever used. How are we turning that area into something that can be done? We have duplicative flag positioning here. So I have like one flagpole, then several flags. Like, what can we do to make this environment something that people can say, wow, this is a beautiful environment to be in. We have a lot of life downtown as we start to turn Main Street two ways. Like, these are all the kinds of things I think about that come along with traffic calming and safety, are making sure our places are vibrant. No better place to do that than City Hall. We're already working toward getting eventually some things on the windows to prevent birds from banging the windows here. Those kinds of things are coming eventually. So I'm just maybe just flagging that this might be a place to showcase some of the great work you're doing. Thanks.
Anyone else? I don't see anyone else, so can we have the vote then on this, please? Show of hands? Carried, thank you. Okay, we'll move on to item 8.1, items for consideration amendments to the outstanding business list. Can I have a mover and a seconder to put the amendments to the outstanding business list on the floor? Councillor Francis, Councillor Kazar. Is there any discussion? Councillor Clark.
So we're dealing with the outstanding business list, correct?
Yes.
There are two items that are not on that list that have passed their due date. One of them was the report back from legal on section 447.1, the review with respect to the application to the GFL landfill, and the other one was with respect to the financing tax discounts, assessments, et cetera, et cetera. So can I get an understanding? They were due at the end of Q2. It did not happen, but I've not heard when it will happen.
Solicitor.
Through the chair, Lisa Shield, City Solicitor. I did provide an update on the date for the legal report. It has been prepared, but we were, for agenda management purposes, not able to put it on the agenda for the last June meeting at GIC and this meeting as well. So it will be coming to the July 30th meeting with a finance report at the same time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other queries?
Okay, let's have the vote. Show of hands, please. No? Electronic vote. Okay, finally, electronic vote. The vote is up. And my computer hasn't collapsed as it normally does when the first vote comes up. Yeah, good. Thumbs up, Jackson. And that motion carries 5, 9, 10, 11, 12. Zip. Thank you. 13. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 13 zip. Good. It's the new Ontario math program, right? Okay. All right, we're moving now into item 8.2, Art Gallery of Hamilton. May I please have a mover and a seconder to put the item on the floor? Councillor Kretsch, Councillor Kazar. All those in favor, hand vote? No? Putting it on the floor. Go ahead.
Deputy Mayor, it's being put on the floor for discussion.
Oh, okay. I thought we had to put it on the floor and then we did a separate thing for, okay, it's on the floor for discussion. Go ahead, we're open. No speakers yet. We do, Lisa Abbott's here. Okay, please, Director. My apologies. I do have you noted here. I do look forward to your report, your update. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chair, and good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of Council. I am Lisa Abbott, Director, Tourism and Culture, back today with the Art Gallery of Hamilton report from June 11th, in addition to a report from Finance that includes an analysis of the gallery's 2024 audited financial statements. I thought just for clarity and as a reminder, I would quickly recap the recommendations from the report. Recommendation A is a request strictly for 2025. It asks for direction to provide the gallery with an additional $1.5 million in funding to be received in addition to their annual CEF grant. This will address the funding gap in their operation budget, and this would be paid out this year in 2025. Recommendations B and C address the gallery's operating budget in the future from 2026 onward. Recommendation B proposes that the city provides services to the gallery for maintaining the building in the amount of $801,000. This amount would lower their expenses and come off their balance sheet, therefore alleviate some of the pressures. Recommendation C would see an increase to their funding. Their annual funding currently is $1 million through the CEF fund. The recommendation is to increase that to just a little bit over $1.7 million. This would flow through the tourism and culture budget instead of through the CEF program. Sorry, so the increase is to go from 1 million to 1.7, to be clear. Recommendation D was added in response to the building condition assessment report that was completed by the city in 2025. It indicated that a roof repair is needed in the immediate future that has an estimated cost of $2.36 million, and this would be a capital expense. Overall, for capital repair for the building, 6.5 would be needed over 15 years. However, should the gallery be successful in being awarded grants for capital improvements from other levels of government, the city's capital portion would be reduced. Should council approve these recommendations, only recommendation A would be paid out this year. Recommendations B through D would be considered through the budget process. If successful through this process, the agreement would be signed after budget deliberations, but then be effective from January 1st, 2026. The gallery has provided their audited financial statements for 2024, and Finance has provided an analysis for your consideration. The conclusions were somewhat, I will quote from the report, the gallery demonstrates adequate liquidity, improved revenue performance, and manageable liabilities, alongside moderate reliance on municipal funding, which collectively support its financial sustainability in the near term. So with that, thank you for your consideration and happy to answer any further questions.
Okay, we're off. Jackson, Clark, and Francis at the moment. Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor McMeekin. Director Abbott, thank you very much. You've provided some additional clarity, especially on the E part. I don't know, Deputy Clerk Pilon, if you captured, I don't mean to create any unnecessary work, but if I heard the Director Abbott correctly on E, she said she threw in a line that said pending successful 2026 budget deliberations before signing the agreement retroactive to January 1. Do we need that language in the E? Is it understood, Deputy Mayor? I mean, I would rather that it would be in E part, solidified, but if that's captured by you, and Director, I just want to make sure I quoted you accurately and correctly, I would really prefer the words pending successful 2026 budget deliberations before any licensing agreement is signed. Through you, Deputy Mayor, please, to the Deputy Clerk.
Through the Deputy Mayor, it would be prudent to add that
Okay.
in.
Thank you. And Director, was I on solid ground accurately what I quoted? Thank you. So at the appropriate time, Deputy Mayor, if I can get a seconder, I'd like to add that.
All right.
I'm good with A, I'm good with B, I'm good with C, I'm good with D, because B, C, and D give us the next 6 to 8 months an opportunity to further deliberate and see about competing interests with the gallery against many, many other programs and services and issues that we deal with here corporately with our $2.5 billion budget. Can I just get further clarified, Director Abbott, and this is my last question, on C. You said that a funding increase of 1.7, you mean that on top of the annual 1 million, correct? Because in A, you're adding 1.5 to the 1, which this year would give the art gallery 2.5 million, if I've interpreted that correctly. And in C, I heard you and I thought you said, and C means that in the future, if approved in 26, they would get an increase from the 1 to the 1.7. But in A, we're taking them up to 2.5. So does that mean after 26, if approved, they'll be down to 1.7? Could you clarify, please? Through you, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you for the question. To respond through the chair, you're absolutely correct. The reason for the difference is that the city would be providing that difference, which amounts to just over $800,000 in services. Therefore, those services will reduce their expenses. Therefore, their whole operating budget will come down by that amount.
Oh, so thank you, Director Abbott. So in B, the 800,000, add to the 1.7, gives the 2.5. Well, Tom, that you're back to better mathematics now. Okay. So B and C added together means that they'll be at, if approved in 26, but to get them through this year, I'm happy to support A. And then B, C, and D are pending, which is good. Lots of time to see how they'll fare against other competing interests. And E, with that amendment, Deputy Mayor, I'm satisfied to go. Thank you.
That's your cautionary amendment as E, right? Okay, good. Oh, very good, I get it, thanks. Jackson, Clark, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So the conclusion of one of the reports on page 6 of 7, which I think I heard the director indicate that the gallery demonstrates adequate liquidity. And that's the conclusion of staff?
Yes, Director.
To answer through the chair, yes, there was an additional report that was done by Finance. If I have someone here from Finance, yep, I have Brian McMillan who could respond to that. Thank you.
Please.
Yeah, so through the chair, Acting General Manager of Finance and Corporate Services, Brian McMullen. Yeah, so staff, following that meeting, we followed up with the art gallery and received their 2024 financial statements. And we did the analysis on those statements. We received them in about June 20th. And that's our findings of the analysis of the financial statements in our report, FCS 25042, item A to this item. I think the question raised at the previous meeting was about bank balances and lines of credit. So previously in 2023, there was a bit of they had a zero bank balance and they had bank indebtedness. But at the end of 2024, that bank indebtedness was converted into an actual bank. They had actually had a bank balance at the end of 2024. Now, we personally haven't gone and got any additional finance, haven't got any additional cash flow up till today's date or up till June 30th. We haven't asked for that information, but that's something that it looks like through this, the first report, that's what we'll be doing in the future.
Councillor Clark?
So that's your interpretation from the audit financial statements for 2024, that they don't have a liquidity issue?
Through the chair, correct.
Yet note 19 in those financial statements indicate that the organization has a liquidity risk in accounts payable and accrued liabilities and bank loans. So how is it that the auditor of those financial statements indicates that there's a liquidity risk, and yet staff are saying there is not one?
So through the chair, so I think there's two issues here. So yes, they have noted that, and they have to go through, they have to do a liquidity risk and market risk related to the assets and liabilities of the corporation or any corporation. And they've noted that in that particular note to the financial statements. But what they haven't done is in their actual opinion on the financial statements, they haven't noted a specific requirement that the art gallery is, not a going concern. They haven't done that in the actual independent auditor's report.
I don't know, because it says liquidity risk is the risk that the organization will be unable to fulfill obligations on timely basis or at a reasonable cost. So they're outlining that there is a risk and that the organization can deal with those risks through unrestricted funds or through deassessing artwork. So we have staff saying that there is no liquidity risk. We have their auditor saying that there is. It's their notes.
Yeah, so through the chair, but what I was going to the point on their actual audit report at the front of the committee, the front of the financial statements, they don't indicate that the.
Yes, but they also indicated the front of the report to go to the notes. So I've gone to the notes. They've highlighted that there is a risk. So how do I reconcile those two statements?
So through the chair, what we can do is we can contact and work with the art gallery, have a discussion with them about if their liquidity risk has then changed from the time that these financial statements were prepared, and monitor that on a regular basis.
Would it also prove worthwhile to speak to the auditor to ensure that all three parties are all on the same page?
So through the chair, yeah, we can do that.
Do we need formal direction to have that done?
So through the chair, no, I don't think so. We can have that information, and hopefully we can get in touch with them before the next council meeting.
Thank you. So the other question that I have, and forgive me, I'm going to use Councillor Jackson's favorite word, pedantic. When I'm reading the recommendations, I'm very confused. So the first recommendation is to provide additional funding of 1.5 million to the 1 million. So that brings it to 2.5 million. So that's the end of A. Then it says that a funding increase of 801,000 be added during the 2026 budget. So that's an increase of $800,000. Then it says that a funding increase of 1.7 million, adjusted annually for inflation to flow, be considered as an additional increase. So they're all cumulative increases in the wording. It doesn't say 2.5 for 1 year, then 8.1 for the capital, then 1.7 for 2026 year, realizing that the 2.5 is no longer there. It's very confusing the way it is worded. And so my concern is always the words matter. That's all we have in the future to interpret a document. Can we not clean this up a little by council to ensure that what we are looking at in 2026 is $801,093 plus $1,725,556. That's that maximum. And then the funding increase for facilities, it should be stated that it's a standalone grant. It's not an increase. It's a grant specific to that year for that issue that you're having to deal with.
One time.
Otherwise, when I follow this verbally, I end up with $7.3 million annually.
Director?
Certainly, thank you. To respond to the comment through the chair, understandable. There are a lot of different numbers that are going to different entities because it's not all going to the art gallery as a cash as funding. And so certainly happy to work on simplifying the recommendations, which is my intention by going through the recommendations at the top of this presentation.
But the recommendations are not consistent with what you said at the beginning of the meeting. The recommendations are cumulative. Each one is an increase in funding following the next one, following the next one, following the next one. That's the way it's worded. And I can't accept that. So if that stays the way it is, I'll have to vote against it because someone could interpret it in an out year. We increased funding by $7.3 million. We did not. We're increasing funding by $1.7 million plus $800,000 in 2026, plus $2,365,000 for capital needs of the art gallery. That's what we're doing. So they're not cumulative numbers.
So, Councillor,
what I'm saying?
You want to see the numbers cleaned up?
It has to be, these are documents that become part of the minutes. And in out years, we will go back to these documents and look at them and say, oh, so we should have gave them $7 million. No, we should not have. It was very clear. The intention was this. The document does not meet the intention. So is there a way of having that cleaned up before council? I'm not opposing your intentions. I support them. I don't support the language.
Yeah, I think that's clear. Thanks, Councillor, and helpful, very helpful. Yep.
So certainly, through the chair, if that is the direction of council, I'm happy to work on that, to provide additional clarity, because that is absolutely the intention. The last comments that you made, you have the numbers exactly correct, and it is absolutely my intention to be as crystal clear as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. And to be fair to staff, I had a lengthy telephone conversation with Scott Galbraith, who's the treasurer for the art gallery. And we went through not only the annual report where I captured that issue, and he explained to me the challenges. And so they're happy to work with the city to sort it out to ensure that there is no longer a liquidity risk. And I would suspect that the increase in funding will go a long way to making that happen. But even Scott indicated the language, he was having difficulty explaining the recommendation because as an accountant, it looks very clearly like it's cumulative numbers. And so I'm fine with the intentions. I just need it to be demonstrated in the language of the motion, please. Those are all my comments. Thank you.
Councillor, thanks for taking that initiative and explaining in a fulsome way what that conversation entailed. I think that's helpful. Councillor Francis.
Thank you, and I appreciate the questions of the previous speakers that helped clarify a very confusing situation, but ultimately, at the end of the day, I'm having a difficult time with this report. When we are in a situation in our city where we've got families in our city that are barely scraping by, food prices are through the roof, rents are out of control, property taxes just went up significantly once again. And last I checked, pensions and wages are not keeping up with that. Rent is unaffordable, housing is out of reach, and now council wants to hand over millions of dollars more of the little money that folks have through property taxes to bail out the art gallery that hasn't balanced its books in years. And this is at a time where Hamilton's basic services are stretched thin, our roads are a mess, and yet this council is ready to line up taxpayer dollars to patch the roof and pay for the hydro bill for a gallery that sits on $1 billion art collection, and there's nothing preventing them from leveraging their assets and changing their business model. Now's not the time to be forcing struggling Hamiltonians to pay even more on wants. Pushing forward on this during an affordability crisis is incredibly tone deaf, and I will not be supporting it.
Okay. Any other speakers? No? So the roadmap here suggests that I guess chair Councillor Clark again. Good. I'm glad. Thanks.
Thank you, and I don't want to disrupt your roadmap.
Yeah, you can't disrupt it. We're in this together.
I would suggest that the motion would be that staff be directed to rewrite the recommendations to be consistent with the intentions that were discussed here at council for the next council meeting. I said at council, at GIC. And to specify that it's the total amount of funding in 2026 will be $1,725,000, which would be a $725,000 increase over the $1 million that we were giving it on. So that would be the ongoing number. The $801,000 is specific to the operating budget, which helps us save some money elsewhere. And then the 2.3 million is specific to the capital works that are required today. I understand, and Councillor Kretsch would be seconding that motion, and I'll speak very quickly to it. I understand Councillor Francis's concerns, and many colleagues around here are struggling with what could be perceived as tone-deaf decision-making. The challenge that the city of Hamilton has is that A, we do not run the art gallery, but it is our art gallery. So the physical plant is our responsibility.
Yes.
Hence the 2.3 million fix.
Correct.
The preservation of in excess, and I will say in excess of $1 billion worth of artwork, because some of it has not been inventoried to be attached to the larger paintings and historic paintings that we have. But it's still our responsibility as a municipality to preserve them, to make sure that there is not any risk of water damage, humidity damage, et cetera. That's our obligation because it's our artwork. I don't dispute, because even the actual auditor's report mentions that they could, in essence, sell off specific artwork to help fund some of the capital costs. It can be done. It is a painful process to go through Canada Revenue Agency to get that done, but that money that you're securing has to be seen as going back in to preserve the arts that are there. So it's very specific use if you're going to sell off artwork. You just can't sell it off to increase your operating line. It doesn't work that way. And that's federal law, that's not our law, okay? While I'm not comfortable with these increases should have happened on an indexed fashion over 10 years. It was not contemplated. Tom and I were on council at the time. We did not contemplate an indexing. The request was $10 million over 10 years, $1 million a year, and we granted that. They still have other revenue that they are securing, whether or not it's through banquets, whether or not it's through tours and memberships and everything else that's going on. So when you look at the overall financial audit while the auditor indicated some concern about liquidity risk, this resolution, if supported by council, should help to resolve that, and we will find out because staff will come back with a report to answer that specific question that I raised here today. Given all of that, I would encourage my colleagues to support the recommendation and the amendment that Councillor Kretsch and I have proposed. Thank you.
That's quite helpful. So if I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying conceptually you're on side, you just want to get the figures cleared up so there's no potential misunderstanding, and you have an amendment to make sure that happens.
Yes. What I don't want to happen is to delay the money to the art gallery, because that is going to put them in a difficult spot. And so in order because I've already delayed it 30 days. I was the guy that pushed it back last time.
Yes, I recall
So
that.
to ensure that it moves forward now, we need to bring this amended language to council, which Lisa understands very clearly, Brian understands very clearly. That'll come to council and we can finally ratify it there. So my motion is only to have staff come back with the improved recommendations at council.
Okay, so for the clarity of the horseshoe, has the clerk been able to capture the specifics of the motion? And if not, it might be helpful to actually have that at least sketched out, not on a napkin, but on a piece of paper that makes,
If I can help, I will move, seconded by Councillor Kretsch, that staff be directed to come back to council with a reworked recommendation as discussed through the intentions here today.
that's pretty straightforward.
Prepare a report, council meeting.
Sorry, what was your suggestion, Madam Mayor? Delineates. That wordage, Councillor, the mayor suggesting that clearly delineates. I think that's helpful, Madam Mayor. Well, let's ask the mover. I don't think he's called it a deferral.
No. Yeah. So it's one yes to the amount of, so the actual dollar figures, Janet, if I can give them to you, is 1,725,556. So that's the new operating dollars. On top of that, there is $801,093. So that's the one section. And then the capital costs for the roof is $2,365,900. Those are the only numbers that should be in the final recommendation. $801,000, correct? And then the last one is capital. $2,365,900. $900. That's capital for the roof. And just remove the language increase in the original funding, because that just gets into that confusion again. So this is the new funding agreement. Correct?
Service. They'll figure it out. It's not cash. It's service.
I would just leave it the way it is, and staff knows what they need to do to draft it. But those are the numbers that will be in their final recommendation. Thank you, Janet.
So let me just read it as Councillor. Oh, not worth it, okay. You're happy with it, Councillor Clark? Is the seconder happy with it? Is there any further discussion? Councillor Francis?
Just a point of clarification, I just want to know, after we vote on this, are we going to then vote on the recommendations in the report as they were? Okay, I'm getting nods of yes, so 2 votes. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Further discussion, Councillor Pauls, did you want to say something?
I'm more confused now. So are we giving out 725,000 for this year? Or 1,700,000? Because we're already given $1 million, that's what I heard. So I'm confused more. So it's 725,000, that's all they're asking for.
Director, you might help the
26,
councillor
right?
understand what we're doing. Go ahead.
Certainly, through the chair. You are correct. It's asking for in 2026 and beyond, increasing their funding from $1 million to 1.7 and change. So it's the 700, and it is the increase. The 800,000 are for services. And so when we say increase, I believe that's what's confusing. It's not an increase to the gallery's funding. It would be an increase for facilities to be providing that level of service to the gallery, if that's any clearer.
So consistent with the report with the clarification that the mover and seconder has put on the floor. Yep. Okay, Councillor? Any further discussion? Councillor Clark?
The other issue that has not been dealt with that needs to come back in the final report is that you have $1 million for 2025. You've asked for additional funding of up to 1.5 million. So is that 2.5 million or is that 1.5 million total?
To respond through the chair, it is 2.5 total, including the 1
Right.
million they've already been awarded through CEF.
Plus the additional 1.5.
2025.
For 2025, so that needs to be clearly articulated in the recommendations coming back to council.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Kretsch?
Just so we're all on the same page here, I think what we're doing is we're voting on these recommendations, and there's a modification to say, can we just clean these up and make them a little clearer? So none of the content especially is different, so we're still going to vote on them in a moment. But before we get to council, they'll just be written a little bit of a different way so they're clear, but none of the actual content will change. Just want to make that clear to everybody. So the amendment is to clarify and then vote on the recommendations because the content is the same, just not the housekeeping of the way that it's written.
And clarifying is consistent with our role around this horseshoe. So thank you, Councillor Clark, for your effort to do so. Yes, Councillor Jackson.
What happened to my mini amendment on E? When can I put that,
that's-
Deputy Mayor McMeekin?
Well, you asked for that to be separate.
I did, but it's all part of before we approve the whole package as amended. Brad superseded my mini amendment. Okay, I'll wait.
So you're okay if we proceed and those who wait also serve, right? Who could possibly forget you, Councillor? Okay. Is there any other comment? No. So this is an electronic vote, right? On the amendment. Yeah, electronic vote on the amendment. The amendment is called. Please vote. It's up. Wow, isn't that 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, yeah. Well, I just thought I'd highlight that. 13 zip, carried without dissenting vote. Okay. Now, Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by the hardworking Ward 13 Councillor Alex Wilson, that on the E part, we'll put in at the beginning of that statement, pending successful 2026 budget deliberations, comma, that staff be directed to prepare and execute the agreements. Thank you.
Okay, any discussion on the legendary amendment by Councillor Jackson? Okay. All those, is this electronic as well?
This is an electronic vote, and it is up. Thank you, Councillor Jackson. (12-1). Okay, it's carried. All right. So that moves us on to, the motion as amended in its entirety. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, all right. Okay. The motion as amended is up. Huh. Been a long time since I've had this much fun. Okay. Wow, 12-1, carried. Okay. So can we move on to the next item? Sorry? Ask the question again, Counselor. Don't we have to?
Accept the correspondence?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to right now. Yeah, that's why I was asking. Is it okay to move on to the correspondence? Okay, so if there are no objections, may we please have a mover and a seconder to receive the correspondence, item 8.2 and 8B, please. Councillor Wilson? Councillor Wang? Any discussion on receiving the correspondence? None? With the questions up. Is this electronic vote as well? So no, I think it's just a hand vote. Oh, we'll do it electronically, what the heck. Okay. That is carried 13-0. Okay, thank you. Now we'll move on to something controversial. The Business Improvement Area Subcommittee minutes. Can we bundle them? Yes. I'm told to ask for a mover and a seconder to put the report on the floor. So mover and seconder? Wilson and her worship, okay. Any discussion on the item? Thank you for coming, folks. Okay. Electronic vote.
On 8.3, or are we bundling them as per the
8.3, yep.
8.3? Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Jackson, you're wanted. Two. Yeah, okay, Councillor Nan. Councillor Nan.
On the
you
next
wanna
item,
speak to
sir.
8.3?
No, it's clearly indicated 8.4. Thank you, though, Deputy Mayor.
Okay. Can we move on to 8.4 now? Okay, 8.4, Hamilton Wentworth District School Board Liaison Committee minutes. May I please have a mover and seconder to put the report on the floor? Pauls and Wilson. Okay. Is there any discussion? Yeah, Councillor Nan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So on this one, I wasn't able to join as a guest for the liaison committee. However, did have a motion that directed a conversation to it. And I'm not sure if the appropriate staff are in the room or not, but I wanted to raise some questions about the discussion that took place at the liaison committee and what the next steps might be, if I could, please. As we had discussed at General Issues Committee, when I tabled the motion, while there have been many hours allocated to the Bernie Custis Secondary School to have use of the stadium field, most of the hours are falling outside of the school day, based on the dialogue that was happening at the liaison committee. And so as a result, I think that primarily the concern is that the hours that are made available are before school even starts and or happens when school ends. And so they're not actually hours that are available for most students based on the conversation that was happening at the liaison committee, which wasn't my understanding based on the reports that we had been receiving at Public Works Committee. So it remains to be unclear about what is the status of accessibility to the school. And it remains clearer now that there is a lot of inaccessibility for students to be using the field. So I'm wondering if there are staff able to help clarify what the next steps are going to be to rectify this situation, to make sure that, you know, whether it is, I think it's called bye weeks, when the Ticats or Forge are not playing in town when they're away, whether or not there can be a schedule that's more appropriate for students at the high school to be using the field, and whether those plans are underway, and that would be something that we could put in place before the new school starts in September.
Okay, so the question is there a staff person who can reflect on what the councillor is raising and respond? Anybody brave enough to do that?
With that introduction,
Acting Director Kennedy.
Acting General Manager Jackie Kennedy. This item is with, we don't have the right folks available online right now to speak to this, but we'd be happy to follow up with you offline if that suits your purposes, Councillor Nan.
Thank you, Acting General Manager. Happy to discuss it offline. And then if appropriate, I'll also raise it then at council when we approve the final GIC minutes, just to make sure that the pieces that we'll discuss off camera can be part of the public dialogue as well.
So we can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Nan, we go ahead and vote contingent on the understanding that you will get some clarification at council. Okay.
Appreciate it, Deputy Mayor. Thank you.
Taddison, Councillor Taddison.
Just to Councillor Nan, I participated in those conversations and raised those exact questions that you did about, you know, off weeks when Ticats are out of town. Would that time not be available for the schools as opposed to giving the Forge more time? And when the Forge were away, could the time be given to the school board? And it was my understanding that they were looking at possibly renewing schedules in that direction. And so, but nothing was clarified, so it's good that you're raising that point now. So I just wanted to say that that was the intent of our discussions, and the reps that were there, they're well aware of it. So I know that that answer will be coming, and it will be clear to you at that point, and I think you'll be satisfied with what happens.
You okay with that, Councillor Nan?
I'm happy to receive that update from our council colleague, and also we'll get the update from staff. Thank you.
Very good. Thanks for raising it. The vote is up. Thumbs up. Councillor Jackson. That is carried 11 zip. Okay, thank you. So White Rail Transit Subcommittee minutes of June 26th, 2025. May I please have a mover and a seconder to put the report on the floor? Councillor Nan, Councillor Kretsch. Is there any discussion? Councillor Clark.
Thank you. Can I get any understanding? Has Metrolinx indicated whether or not they have been compliant with the request from the federal government for the $1.7 billion The only way they're going to get it is if they provide them a business case, and the feds keep saying they don't have a business case.
Yeah, I remember you raising that before. Can
I'll
somebody-
keep raising it until we get an answer.
Yep. It's a good question. You want a good answer, right?
Preferably, yes.
Yep, okay. Someone on the bench can help with that?
Through the chair, Rob Lally, Acting General Manager of Planning and Economic Development. There doesn't seem to be anyone online right now from LRT, from our LRT team. But if, just like Acting General Manager Kennedy said, is it okay if we bring that information back so you have that at council prior to approving those minutes?
Oh, absolutely. Thank you.
Your worship?
I recently had a meeting with a new member of parliament for Hamilton Centre and asked him specifically to go back to his government and find that, the answer to that very question. That was like, I think it could have been yesterday. Yeah, it was yesterday. So I'm continuing to push for that information as well.
Okay. So subject to the clarification sought, the vote is up. All in favor? Carried 11-0. It's now my pleasure to yield the chair to Councillor Kretsch so I can put my motion. I think
Carry
that's-
on.
Okay. So through you,
Through
Chair?
me, go ahead, Councillor McMeekin, enjoy.
I think I'll take a minute. I wasn't going to read it, but I think I should because we had a lot of time on other things. So
If you insist, yep.
this is important. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Taddison, my good rural colleague friend. Whereas Ontario farmers produce the best tasting, most nutritious and safest to consume food in the world. Whereas in our confusing economic tariff challenged world, we need to acknowledge that food security and food sovereignty is a national security issue. Note, food security is the ability of individuals to receive adequate nourishment, while food security refers to the ability of a country to supply its own food needs. Whereas MPPs Bobby Ann Brady and Michael Schreiner have jointly presented a private member bill at the Ontario Legislature to protect Ontario farmlands through the establishment of an Ontario food belt, whereas Ontario is losing 130 hectares, and as we learned from the presentation this morning, 319 acres of farmland every day, and that once the land is gone, it's gone forever. And whereas, and I quoted this interesting stat, every single day that 319 acres could produce 23.5 million apples, 37 million strawberries, 1.2 bottles of quality VQA wine. Whereas the bill would make farmlands within a designated food belt permanently protected from development. Whereas the bill could improve land use planning, improve soil health, and encourage all farmland to be used in the production of food. Whereas the agri-food industry represents $50 billion contribution to Ontario's gross domestic product. There's no sector that produces more and employs almost 900,000 people. Whereas Hamilton citizens engaged in overwhelming numbers, thanks to Councillor Clark, related to their opposition to urban boundary expansion within the particular, with a particular focus on saving farmland. Whereas the failure to protect our farmlands could ultimately send shockwaves through the economy. Whereas the bill is supported by the Ontario Farmland Trust, the Ontario Federation of Agriculture, the Christian Farmers, and the National Farmers Union. And whereas the bill will encourage farmers to create succession plans and to invest in their farms, whereas the legislation will help to prevent further land degradation by providing farm and arable land to future Ontarians, whereas the bill would cease to, would create a special
task force of farmers, farm groups, agricultural experts, and land use planners to craft the bill, should it come from that group. Be it therefore resolved that the City of Hamilton applauds the efforts of the two MPPs, and that the City of Hamilton gives its support, at least generically, to the bill's intent for the province of Ontario to create an agricultural working group to more fully outline the contours of what an Ontario food belt might look like. And whereas the City of Hamilton, and C, that the City of Hamilton requests through our very competent AMO representative, the sharing of this motion with AMO and hopefully other municipalities across Ontario, and that the City of Hamilton offers support and encouragement to the Ontario Farmland Trust, the Ontario Federation of Agriculture, the Christian Farmers, and the National Union of Farmers in their efforts to support the creation of an Ontario food belt. I'll say very little because the arguments are in the whereases. I think those who spoke today painted a very compelling vision of why this was important. I think it's critical that we get a lot of messages from Queen's Park. I think sometimes it's good to send a message back about things that we think should be happening that does this. I think we have virtually a sacred responsibility to do all we can to preserve prime agricultural lands. We are seeing this directly through some of the discussions we've had about urban boundary expansion. And I'm hopeful that this will catch on. I know from a conversation with Leader Schreiner that he tells me that half the Tory caucus is in favor of his vote of this particular motion. They may have to talk to somebody else in the hierarchy, but at this moment it looks pretty good. So it looks like there's good old party support. So I would ask my colleagues, right, Brad, I'm with you, buddy. I would ask my colleagues to support this and go home tonight, get a good sleep, knowing that we've done something both wonderful and important. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. I see nobody else on the speaker's list. Oh, I see an electronic submission. Councillor Chattison, thank you. You're next.
I won't be quite as loquacious as my, loquacious, thank you, as my, yeah, well, you know what, sometimes you forget. Anyways, I'll just say this. The farmland that is most in danger in our province is farmland that's owned by developers. So I'm saying and suggesting that this farm belt, if it were created, it could help developers choose the lands they purchase more wisely. And note that farmland is a precious commodity and not something that's just purchased cheaply with farm banking or land banking into the future. So I know that this will put, if this were to go through, this will be difficult for some, just as the Greenbelt presented difficulties for families when all of a sudden their land became greenbelted and no longer developable. So I just think that you have to put the rules out there for people to follow, and when things are more clear, and if this was something that would happen, it would help everybody understand the importance of farmland and to act accordingly to preserve it better.
Thank you. Seeing no further speakers on this motion, we will go to the vote. I'm in favor. And that carries unanimously 12-0. We'll do the old switcheroo, and Councillor McMeekin will come up here so I can move my motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Hey. Okay, I'd be pleased to second Councillor Crench's motion.
I already have a seconder, Councillor McMeekin. I'm sorry, Councillor Maureen Wilson
all right.
wants to
Who's your
second the motion.
seconder?
Maureen Wilson.
Maureen Wilson. A fine choice, by the way.
And so the motion is the renaming of the Cleanliness and Security in the Downtown Core Task Force. And I'll summarize this really quickly to say, from a governance and legislative perspective, and I had the chance to talk to the clerk about this after our last meeting of the task force, members of the task force said rather pointedly, task forces are meant to expire at some point in the relatively short future after they're created. For those who don't know, this was created in 2003. And so from a governance perspective, it doesn't make sense. The mayor is indicating that she was the one to create that task force. And by now it should have been changed to a subcommittee if we wanted to keep having that conversation. So simply, we're changing the name to the Downtown Subcommittee. A couple things that will be impacted by doing this. Number one, it'll be clearer to people what this is about and what it means. Number two, it'll help us with our recruitment efforts. We have some vacancies. We haven't gone to recruitment yet because we're waiting to make this a bit clearer and better. So we have some business owners to recruit to the subcommittee. I think this will generate more interest because of the clarity. Thirdly, a lot of the issues that come up are not related to cleanliness and security quite perfectly. So this allows us to have a bit of a broader conversation about our downtown. And fourthly, I think having it in this way will allow, again, for more members of staff to show up in a different way. Task forces are kind of weird in a way, where we're asking staff to participate in those. It's not simple to do. So having it be a subcommittee makes it legislatively more compatible with the way that we do things. It'll make it easier for staff to be in attendance. That has been an issue for us, is not having all the staff at the table to be able to get reports and information back. And so the effectiveness of the task force has been so-so. And I've talked about that with everybody who's been on it for years, and they've said that it probably had a really great momentum when it started, but in the last sort of decade or so, it's not really achieving the things people want to see. So in conferring with the clerk, he said this is the best way to do it, is to change the name and make it more appropriately the Downtown Subcommittee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any discussion? Your worshipfulness.
I'm just wondering if I should vote against it on principle, but I won't.
That's a relief. Thank you. Okay, the vote is up. Electronic. Okay. Carried 11 to zip. 11-0. Good. Thank you, Councillor. Notices of motion to effect grant payment under an approved environmental remediation and site enhancement erase redevelopment grant application for 3311 Homestead Drive, Mount Hope. Councillor Taddison, would you like to introduce your notice?
I'll just say it's there for the reading, and if anybody has any questions, to approach me in the next few weeks to deal with those ahead of time when we bring it to a motion at the next GIC. Thank you.
Okay. Like Lady Godiva, I approach my close here, I think. Okay. We're moving into private and confidential, if that's the, yes, Councillor?
You failed to call for any other notices of motion?
I did call for notice. Any other notices of motion?
I have one, sir.
I'm sorry, sir. And very interested in what you want to propose.
Well, I hope I impress you, sir. Health impacts of exposure to elevated total reduced sulfur compounds, TRS, in Ward 9. Whereas the Hamilton Air Monitoring Report on the GFL Lagoon reported that over 10 hours on July 3rd, 2025, there were TRS numbers exceeding the 1-hour Ontario criteria of 10 parts per billion, with numbers hitting 51.2 parts per billion at midnight, 45 parts per billion at 2 a.m., 63 parts per billion at 3 a.m., 28 parts per billion at 4 a.m., 112 parts per billion at 5 a.m., 177.6 parts per billion at 6 a.m., and 85.2 parts per billion at 7 a.m. Remembering the criteria is 10 parts per billion per hour. Whereas the 911 paramedic dispatch analysis for Ward 9 ambulance calls for respiratory distress, 2019 had 265 calls. 2020 had 247 calls. 2021 had 304 calls. 2022 had 438 calls. 2023 had 408 calls. 2024 had 384 calls. Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to review this data and report back to GIC on the impacts to public health of consistent public exposure to totally reduced sulfur compounds exceeding the provincial 1-hour criteria of 10 parts per billion. And 2, report back to GIC on the paramedic dispatch analysis of Ward 9 with an increase in respiratory distress that correlates to the exposure of strong hydrogen sulfide odors in Ward 9, and 3, reports are due by the end of Q3. I'll leave it as a notice of motion. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Councillor. Are there any further notices of motion? Hearing none, we'll move on. Private and confidential, may I please have a mover and seconder to adopt the confidential minutes of June 11th and that they remain confidential? Moved by Huang, seconded by Kazar. All in favor, show of hands. Carried, okay. Before we go into closed session, I need a mover and a seconder on the following. That Police Chief Frank Bergen, Deputy Chief Paul Hamilton, Doris Kiadulo, and Duncan Robertson from Hamilton Police Service be permitted to attend the closed session portion of the General Issues Committee meeting respecting item 11.4. Councillor Jackson and her worship, okay? Councillor Kretsch?
Just from my observation and my listening, and I may have gotten it wrong, I think the Deputy Chief Ryan Diodati is also here. Is he wishing to also go into, because I don't think his name was listed.
Sorry, I'm just going from the cheat sheet here. Ryan, no offense.
Diodati? Yep, so
We'll add that as well.
just looking and seeing that he's
Yeah,
here. Okay,
thanks
you.
for that. It's always having a second set of eyes is helpful, yep. Yeah, electronic vote, sup. Thumbs up by Jackson. Okay, now there's a motion to. 11 zip, okay. So we'd ask those who aren't engaged in the items to leave the chamber.
Deputy, 5-minute washroom?
Yeah, 5-minute washroom break.
Do you think we could have, I know they're 11 for, do you think we could have them first so they don't have to leave and come back?
Okay. So let's go. We'll now need a motion to go into closed session. My apologies for items 11.3, 4, and 5. May I please have a mover and seconder on the following? Pursuant to Section 9.3, subsection C, D, E, F, and K of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021 as amended, and Section 239, subsection 2, subsection C, D, E, F, and K of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land for the city or a local board purpose, labor relations or employee negotiations, litigations, or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the city or a local board, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and a position plan procedure criteria for instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on behalf or by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. We require an electronic vote. The vote is up. Thumbs up, Jackson. Thumbs up. Yep. Wilson, Pauls. Very good. 11 zip, or 10 zip, sorry. Thank you. We've had a request from police services who have things to do and crimes to solve to, in a short time period, to move their item up first, 11.4. Can I get a motion to do that, amend the agenda? Craig Kassar, seconded by Jackson. Is that electronic vote as well? Electronic vote, please. Okay. Yep. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, so we'll do that. That passed. Danielle Sabetti, Ray Kessler, and Norm Sweehan are here to make the presentation. Oh, we got to go into closed. Oh, we got to have the vote on that. Okay. Okay. So, all right. Good. Shut the curtains. Good thing they're not iron curtains. before we have to extend again. So let's have a mover and a seconder. Please, electronic vote on the general litigation update that we, respecting general litigation citywide, be received and remain confidential. Okay? Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Wang. Electronic vote? Yep. Tom thumb here. Yep, thumbs up. Carries 10-0. Thank you. May I please have a mover and seconder for the following? That the directions provided to staff in closed session respecting report PED 25157, Hamilton Police Services Central Headquarters be approved and remain confidential, and the report PED 25157 respecting the Hamilton Police Services Central Headquarters also remain confidential. It's electronic vote. Yep. Jackson? Wang. Jackson Wang. What a team. I'd hire you. Okay, thank you. It's carried. I need a motion, mover and seconder on the following. A, that the confidential presentation respecting labor disruption update Hamilton, Ontario Water Employees Association, HOEA, be received and remain confidential. Electronic vote. Yep. Pauls and Craig. Those in favor? Okay. That's passed. That gets us to adjournment. My thanks to everybody for being so patient all day as we wound our way through this long and winding road to adjournment. Thank you. Take care. Bless your heart. Thank you. Thank you.